Hello, everybody. I just had an ordeal. So my wife is gone for a they do this yearly girls trip. Her mom, her sister, aunt, that so like they cousins, they all go East Coast for a week. No sooner than there is that was good to have some background music there. No sooner than she leaves, I take them to the airport. I get back. I go into my closet, which is a walk-in closet. It's not anything super fancy that you've seen in like a rich person's house or something like that. But anyways, I walk into my walk-in closet. And what happens is that you walk in through the door, and then immediately to your left, there's a wall. But you look to your right, and that's where you can walk in. You walk down a little narrow thing. That's the walk-in closet. Well, for some reason, as soon as I open the door, the wall on the left side just... And I like catch it like, what the fuck is happening here? So first I had to find a temporary solution to like keeping that up, because this is a Cape Cod. For those that don't know what a Cape Cod is, it's a 2-story house that looks like this. Old colonial. Like, you know, the houses that you draw when you're a kid. Like, that's... My house is literally one of those houses that you drew as a kid. And so what happens is that the rooms, for the most part, upstairs aren't, like, they're not angled like that. What happens is that they come down, and then they come, but then they ultimately end up going down like this. Now, that means that for when you walk up the stairs, there's a little hallway that goes in the bedroom. But anyways, the bedroom doesn't extend all the way to the edge of the roof. So on either side of the bedroom, you have this... I don't really know how big it is, but you got this little space, this little roof space that isn't being used by a room. It's just there. And one of the walls, when it falls, opens to that space. Now, I'm pretty sure my roof it's newer, so I'm pretty sure I'm not worried about squirrels getting in or anything, but just in case, I wanted to make sure that those squirrels, or whatever it would be, have no potential way to enter my house. So I had to take care of that. Which meant I had, after like, first I used like a cement block that we just happened to have outside. To like, get it to stay in place, at least for now. But like, it only took care of the bottom. The top part was still kind of... So I had to find nails that were long enough to go through the thick fucking edges. Jeez, I needed to find nails like this long, which those are not generally commonplace around a household. So... Because I couldn't nail in the middle part where the wall's thinner, because you just nail into nothing, because that's where that space is. So I've taken care of it for now, but I'm gonna have to revisit the issue later, I think, to make sure that whatever I did is a permanent solution. So that's what I was doing this past hour. Most of it was looking for nails that I could use. Yeah, I mean, I'll update it once I know what I'm gonna do. At this point, I don't know. It is, what, 3 days? I gotta figure out what those 3 days are gonna be. Anyways, let's get the tier list stuff going. is when I was looking up irises. Dog tier list? Well, how could you put anything below S? Smash or pass? Alright, well, Hooch has got some shit for me, so I need to take a look. I don't think I haven't done an execution tier list yet, have I? I kind of included them in the cases, but they were just one portion of it. Okay, Halucha, do you have any suggestion as to what I do first here? This is purple guava pear. It's not bad. Not my favorite bang, but it's not bad. Smash or pass Caden? Probably smash. Probably smash. Tar, back to what you were saying. Yeah. Once I figure out what I'm doing. I'll update the schedule. Okay, so this one is the one you want me to do first. Oh, Lord. That's right, because the fucking... All right. I don't know who I'd put at the top. Not 100% sure it'd be oh, come on. Come on, this is beginner stuff, Alucha. Always orange. Always orange at the bottom. Always. Oh, they won't let you change it? That's weird. Okay. So, I mean, Tobes is a good boy. Yes, he is. That's why he gets the top tier. Alright, but the best character... well, alright, now let's go... This might totally be a heart thing, but I thought McGilden's whole... Like, his presentation was a little goofy, but, like, his whole... Him being, like, a super evil dude with, like, this front was... I thought really, really well done. Just so good. I'll get into it when I discuss the two games, but his involvement was my favorite part of the game, like those cases, and a big part of it was because of him. Even when he was evil, like, he could still have the people eating out of his hand, except for, and I really don't like when they do this, but I don't like when any narrative does this. They do it. There's that one part where he does like a maniacal laughter. He's like just laughing at everybody, and it's still like like nothing changes. Like if some dude started maniacally laughing on a witness stand in his own murder trial because of, like, he's telling you can't touch him or whatever, you're probably not gonna have a positive opinion of the dude, right? So that was, but a lot of, in fact, Ace Attorney has done this before. That happens a lot, and I don't know why, because it shouldn't, because it's really dumb. Like I said, his presentation's kind of goofy, like his character design and stuff. But it was interesting still. And he was perfectly presented as, like, he seems like he might be kind of slimy, but, like, not enough where you shouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt early on. So, and then he ends up turning out to be that's exactly what he is. But, like, there's enough plausible deniability in the beginning where you're like, he might not be a douchebag. Well, I mean, Maxim, you are a maniacal laugh. Yo, what's up, Ivan? Yeah, I mean, there aren't, but let's put it this way. If I could do a tier list for just Danganronpa 1 characters or just 999 characters, I think I could do a tier list with just AA villains. Not that you're a villain, it's just your name is probably Villain instead of Maxim. Or it's like Maxim Villain, because you are the maximum nope, because it's Villain, not villain. Alright, this guy was a foreman, a jury foreman, and also a guy who got knocked out at the wax museum, right? That was him, wasn't it? He wasn't really anything special. He wasn't terrible, I guess, but He didn't really add, I don't feel like he really added anything. So maybe like low C. This is the guy who was heading up the carriage. The juror that headed up that carriage company. He was more interesting, I would say. His design was, I personally hate, which is going to be a problem if we ever play the Professor Layton game. I hate the BDI design for anything other than pure comedy, and that it's not pure. There are some comedy elements to it, so I still don't hate it overall. But like, if I'm ever supposed to take somebody seriously, at any moment, the BDI thing will throw me off. So but he was definitely better than the foreman was. His design was interesting. The passion he put into his work. Beady, it means like really small and like dark. Certain dogs have beady eyes, like pugs or bulldogs, as opposed to dogs like my Lucy that have full, beautiful, like human-esque eyes. Repeatedly beaten in with the baseball bat. She worked at where? She worked at the same place as what's his fuck. She was kind of interesting. I liked her design. Her shtick as like she's doing the telegram thing, I thought was interesting. Doesn't make any sense as a juror, but it was interesting. Graded. That's her. What the fuck? Oh, this must be. I get these texts every Wednesday. Yeah, she was good. I liked her. She's probably gonna end up being high C, maybe end up being high B, but I mean, you just don't get enough of her she doesn't, I should say, with what you get of her, she doesn't make enough of an impression to put her in B. But I don't know, maybe she'll end up being high B. She's high C for sure. Whereas like this is low C and this is gonna be like mid C. Okay, this guy was he was the photographer, right? That killed Asashin, which is, in retrospect, pretty impressive, actually. Mini memo. Yes, you'll have to help me with the names, because the names are, I'm terrible with names. I did not really care for this guy that much. Quite honestly, and this is going to sound, I know, this is going to sound inconceivable. But his character seemed like a worse Brushel, insofar that, like, he seemed like if you took Brushel and made him like more of a normal person, read more dull. That's this guy, except he has a better character design. Yeah, I didn't really care for him. He wasn't terrible, though. So maybe, like, here, I just thought his presentation was boring. I didn't think there was anything inspired by it. I don't know yet, Ivan. I have to determine what I'm gonna play, and then I'll update the schedule. God. Auto. What's with the hat today? Well, it's because of the ordeal that I went through, that I explained at the beginning of the stream. The ordeal I went through left me with not flattering hair. And I just felt like starting stream and not going and taking care of it. But I wasn't going to appear on stream with that hair. Oof. Okay, Fairbanks. I actually really liked Fairbanks. When you get him as a witness to when you get him as a juror, he was the example of even though he basically admits to doing some shady shit, he's the definition of a person that follows, like, upholds integrity. He tells you, like, even though you kind of made him look like a fool when he was a witness, as a juror, he does what he's supposed to do. He rules in the way that he's supposed to rule, based on the law, and that's highly respectable. I liked his design. I never got why he always only had the side profile, because what's his face had that too, which I'm sure we'll get to. And with him, it made more sense because he was a crescent moon. I didn't really get it behind Fairbanks, but the design was still good, and the effect still there still was an effect whenever he'd like turn his head. I'm not playing Ghost Trick yet. I am playing Ghost Trick, but not immediately, no. I mean, at some point, his neck just had to adjust to that, right? This was the Sergeant, Sergeant Jonah Jameson. He was, The baby was fucking annoying, but I guess the baby isn't part. Do we consider the baby a part of his character, or is the baby separate? I don't see the baby on here. But yeah, I mean, he was okay. I liked his design. He had like very militaristic mannerisms, but like that's the thing. There wasn't anything interesting about him except for the baby, but that thing that was interesting was annoying. So that's kind of his issue. But I mean, his design was fine. He served his purpose. Yeah, that's fair enough, Alucha. What's her face? I don't remember her name, but it's her and the police officer were a couple. I liked her design. They were annoying, but not necessarily in like the worst way, because they're like a cutesy couple, right? And that was the point. I thought they worked well together. So yeah, I'll put her in low B. She was charming enough on her own. I'm not playing any game I don't have, so that would take out The World Ends With You, even if it isn't a visual novel. I haven't seen any gameplay. I've only seen like the promotional art. The game looks, I mean, the designs and shit look great, but I don't have it, so I have a lot of games. I have a lot of games that I need to play. Skulkin' Brothers, Mario and Luigi. I mean, I don't think I like them as much as other people did, but I didn't hate them. They were fine. They served their role. they were kind of cute as friends of Graydon, like his long lost friends. But I also did find them annoying, and not in a good way. And so I know a lot of people like them, and that's understandable. I found their shtick kind of... It started to grate on me. That's... Well, I adore incompetent bad guys too, but they have to be done right. But Giovanni actually makes a really good point. And it is something that I can only consider, but I won't necessarily know the answer to. Having to voice certain characters might enhance or detract from them. And the Skulkin brothers, I can tell you for sure, having to voice them made them more annoying. So that is an insightful comment, and that's definitely true to some extent with some characters. No, I'm not gonna, and I don't want to emulate something. Like, I have a lot of games to play. Like, one of them I was thinking of, CJ brought up, was Celeste. I haven't played Celeste yet. I have a list. I have a list of stuff in the streaming content talk. Pinned a list. They grade on me. Okay, because Graydon's related to them, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. He's got to kind of be tied in with her to a certain extent because they acted as a duo. Whereas I liked her design, I hated his design. There was just something about it. Maybe it's because it looked like he was always freezing cold. This is gonna be the same thing that happens with Beppo. Or Sandwich. So he's with her, but I liked his design less, so she's gonna be higher than him. Wait, is this Mikotomo without his hat? I'm so used to the bowler now. I'm so used to the hat now that I completely forgot what he looked like without the bowler. Okay, so Eugene Mikotomo was a really good character. He would have been like here before, but him being Sholmes' partner and like his involvement at the end of the game, I think propels him to lower S. He's a super interesting character. It makes you think of all the like times he did interact with Sholmes, like other like that you never saw, and you're like, oh, that was probably hilarious. He's the perfect straight man to Holmes' character. He does look a lot younger with the hat. He looks at least 15 years older without the hat. Which is why I'm wearing this hat. You're looking 15 years younger. No. And it probably makes me look older. I'm actually really disappointed we get more of Bro Sanaga. I liked Bro Sanaga's character a lot. I don't like that we never figured out what his issue was. Does he just have some terminal disease that... Like, why? Why didn't we get more of it? But when he was on screen, he was really cool. You could tell he had integrity. I like that he always went undercover, even though he was kind of bad at it. Loved his design. But yeah, his thing is that he's just kind of dying and we never figure out what it is. I don't know. Alright, later, Ivan. The next visual novel game that we're playing is going to be Zero Escape VL. What is it? I never remember the VHL, VLH, VLN? VLN? Is it VLN? VLR. God, still didn't get the fucking letter right. Okay, this fucking psychopath. So he's basically a Clockwork Orange guy, which I love. But it was just so stupid. He just had this fucking, but he really was presented as this like potential psychopath, and it was pretty amusing. So he's above like the sergeant or whatever. Then Dual Destinies is going to be late November, early December. But yeah, the Zero Escape thing's not going to be until October, so we're going to be playing other stuff in between then. Maybe I'll maybe I'll do Undertale. I don't know. It's not going to be a visual novel. I need to take a break from visual novels. Because that's literally all I've done since I've went down to 2 streams a week for a temporary period of time. Mickey Mouse, she probably isn't super interesting. She's probably like here, but I do think this is a situation where I think my voice acting for her enhanced her a little bit. It made her a little more interesting to me than she should have been. Cause she seems like a very generic, like, aristocrat. Like, there wasn't anything, like, terribly interesting about her character. No, she's Mickey. I gave her a Mickey voice, not a Minnie voice. They don't sound the same. Or they're not the same voice. Similar, but not the same. So yeah, I enjoyed her character. Like, this guy, for example, is still lower than the Skulkin brothers, because even though he was amusing, he's only in one case, and I didn't necessarily enjoy him as much as like those above him. I should have specified, so that, because it made it seem like I had only good things to say about him, but he's mid-C. Still mid. The Maid. I loved The Maid. As a juror. I loved her, like, her shtick was that she's a maid, so she sees everything below her, like, status as a maid of a rich person to just be like vermin, but at the same time, she has a strong sense of justice. I loved her design. There was something very dry, like unintentionally humorous about her character. So yeah, I adored the maid. She was really good. The biggest problem is that she still doesn't leave a big enough impression on you in the time given to justify, I think, putting her in A. But she is like high B. Maybe I'll talk myself into it later. Old Guy. Old Guy was actually pretty interesting. Especially like because he has like an evolution a bit as a juror, where he just seems senile. Then you find out he's like a doctor. I swear it looks like he's her, like, grandfather. His guilty is the best. The best in the entire game, bar none. Oh, his guilty voice clip? I do want to hear it.
Guilty.
Hearing it by itself almost kind of gives it like this orgasmic vibe, where he's like, just think about it.
Guilty.
Like, doesn't it sound like he could be given like an O face while he's saying it? Anyway, there is nothing bad about his guilty. It is amazing. Well, now you do. I didn't. Actually, yeah, let's put him here. I liked his design. It wasn't super interesting, but it fit his character. He was funny. Just isn't around very much. He doesn't have very many voice lines. And he still only kind of just comes off as, he's just an old dude. But he played the old dude really well. Okay, her. What the fuck's her name? She was actually pretty interesting. How she was like super goddamn depressing. Depressed in a way that I can relate to, because I know I've been in that state before. Where she's just like constantly beating up on herself. It's interesting that she goes from somebody that just randomly got stabbed to being a little more involved with the what's-his-face's case. The Shamspear. Olive Green. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, I actually liked her character. Her design fit her, I thought. The problem is that she's really one-dimensional. That's just kind of how she always is. She doesn't have any, like, dynamics to her mood at all. And so that kind of caps her. But she was good. She just wasn't great. The Bumblebee lady, she owns the heiress to the gas business. I thought she was a really good juror / witness. I really liked her design. She exuded power and authority in like a sexy way, which if you're able to do that, her issues were that she's kind of similar to Olive Green in that she wasn't really dynamic. That's just kind of who she was, and she didn't really stray from that at all. So she was flat. A good but not great presentation. I mean... Oh, I don't remember that line, honestly. I like that she was at it. The other thing I'll say is, I liked her characterization for, like, she was obviously a woman of power. And not just like, oh, I happen to be a part of the aristocracy sort of power. Like, oh, she's a lady because she's a part. She like exuded power as somebody who actually put in work and passion for her business. And at that time, that's not something that was super commonplace, so that was awesome. Dr. Scythe. I liked Dr. Scythe's design and her presentation, but honestly, we just didn't get much from her. What we got was interesting. I thought she played her role well, but she's another one of, like, she's just kind of flat. I actually ended up liking her daughter way more. But yeah, like, I thought her design super cool. And like I said, her, like, the way she, like, portrays the character, where she's gonna be, like, silent and, in terms of, like, she's not gonna betray Strongheart at any point. It's not just that she has too little screen time, though. I feel like even if she got more screen time, it wouldn't have really done a ton for her. I don't know, just good, not great. The fuck was his name? Chicken? Chicken was funny. I liked his design. Stereotypical Russian dude. Oh, yeah, Stroganoff. Was it Chicken Stroganoff or was Chicken somebody else? Who the fuck was Chicken? Yeah, yeah, he was. I thought he was a good character. Good design. Performed his role well. He didn't really have time to provide much of a range. Well, I guess he did. It's just that is his range. Just limited. But that's fine. That's all you needed from that character. He was good. Chicken was the one later. Okay. So that was his brother. So wait, this one's Stroganoff though, right? Ooh. Ooh. Kazuma's really interesting. Early on, that dude was up here. For me, his subsequent characterization and, I think, drops him. He really's a bad prosecutor. He was just horrible. And maybe it's because, like, the expectation the game sets about him is his undoing. But, like, Ryu holds him in such high regard that when you actually go against him, it's really disappointing. Because he is not good at his job. At all. At all. And, like, even with higher emotion, he still should have been more competent at his job. He was fucking terrible as a prosecutor. He was a dick to Ryu for seemingly no reason. Because, like, during the trial, it was obvious that, like, he wanted Ryu to help him. But it's also becomes obvious later that he didn't need to be an asshole to him in order for that to happen. So, like, that was a knock against him. I didn't understand why he would do that. Yeah, the game itself sets an expectation for him that he does not live up to. Like, he was just awful. I thought bringing him back was bad to begin with. Yeah, you might be right in that wasn't what he was trying to do, but then I have a problem with that. Because then it undermines the whole legal process, and I don't like that. So that's going to be a knock against him for me either way. That, and there's nothing to suggest that he would have been a good defense attorney. Even if he was trying to undermine the whole situation to begin with. He, as an attorney, outside of the first case of the game, is not presented well at all. The point was to have this, like, emotional resonance for Ryu, which did work, but I thought bringing him back was kinda cheap. Like, just him being an asshole to Ryu was just, I think that was dumb. Like, I don't see why they couldn't have built it up as like, let's see if you could beat me now. But like in a friendly way. To play off their friendship as opposed to him just being a fucking asshole. I wish I knew. I only know a little bit about the Fire Emblem stuff, although I know a little bit about Crom and Robin. So I think I get the gist of what you're saying, but not in a very deep way, just because I don't know the characters as well as you probably do. So yeah, he's high A still, because his presentation early on is great. Well, I won't say high A, he's A. I don't know, it'll depend on where I put some other characters, but the latter presentation really did not help him. It's like, early on he's like an S, like high S, but later on he's like a low B, or even high C, if I'm feeling really saucy. And then he's fine again at the end. You know, he's not acting like a dick anymore. See, okay, so let me address the music issue. The reason I'm not bringing up the music for these characters is because almost every character that has a theme has a banger theme. Because the music throughout this soundtrack's just amazing. So, like, that's basically the case. I want to preface every unique character, like, serious unique character that I give, that I'm talking about, like, their themes are all really good. So that's one reason I'm not saying that, because then it's just going to be repetitive. I mean, you guys can comment on the music, of course, all you want. Feel free. It's just, I can't, I'm having a hard time thinking. There was one that I remember thinking, I don't like this, but I can't for the life of me remember who it was. Because I remember looking at the character and being like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this theme at all. That's the thing, though. Like, it's more likely here that a bad theme would hurt you more than your good theme will help you, except for one person. But I can't remember whose theme that was that I really didn't like. So it couldn't have been that bad, I guess. Yes, I did. And yes, it was stupid. Well, okay, I definitely hated the German song, but that was for a different reason. That was fucking creepy. This other theme was, I was just like, I just don't like this. I think it was this game. Because I think it was more recent than it being the first game. I'm pretty sure it was this game. But I cannot remember who it well. What sentence did I just say? I cannot remember who it was. It wasn't a character that spanned multiple chapters. I'll tell you that. It wasn't a character that spanned multiple chapters, because I only had to hear it, like, during the one case. I think Trep said he liked the hologram thing. It might have been either Sham Spear or Hairbrain. I didn't remember. Okay, so Two Spells was like more subdued, right? I didn't remember hating Two Spells' theme, but I guess it could have been hers. Just seems unfathomable to hate anything about her, right? That's why Trep's opinions are ignored. Bumblebee guy, he played his role good. He played his role well, and his design was fine. I liked the Bumblebee aesthetic thing. I thought that was cute, and it was like nice to tie them both in together since he was like employer and employee. His passion at his job. He kind of falls in here where he just, or like I'd say more like, no, he doesn't have as much charm as these three do. He's probably like here. He's flat. He does what he's supposed to do, and then that's kind of it. Not a bad design, but isn't especially memorable. I think mostly because his employer overshadows him a lot, because she has more personality. Like, he's fine. He's fine. He got the job done. I can't stand Soseki. I cannot stand this guy. The only reason he's not bottom tier is because initially I did like him. Initially, he was interesting. His demeanor doesn't change over a separate case. It does later when he goes back to Japan. But like in between the time where you save him and then he goes back to be like, it's not that his demeanor needed to change, because it didn't. It made sense that his demeanor stayed the same, but it got really fucking annoying. He wasn't particularly funny with his whole shtick on how he would do the like poses and one word descriptors. That wasn't funny or particularly clever or interesting. He was a burden. It got to the point where when I had to go through his lines in the last case that he's in, the flashback case, every time we went to Soseki, I dreaded having to do Soseki. It's possible that if they had left it at he went to Japan and then he got his, success and then he was different, that he'd be somewhere like here. Because I thought that part did a little bit to rehabilitate his character, because it injected some freshness into his character. It was a different side of him. That was interesting. It wasn't necessarily the greatest, but it was interesting. It brought his character back up a little bit from what I felt about him at the end of the first case. And then the flashback case happened, and it just reminded me of everything I hated about his character. But then you had another whole case. And I mean, it's possible that if they kept it the way they originally planned on keeping it, that because it would have ended on a better note for him, that he'd be up here. He'd be somewhere up here. That's entirely possible. But the way the game presented it as a flashback case, it sucked. Yo, what's up, Tom? How are things? But, like, I can't take it was supposed to be like this. Like, that's not how the game presents it. I can say, well, if it were presented like that, then maybe he would be higher, because that would make a lot more sense. And like I said, I didn't mind Soseki in 2-1. That was new, that was interesting. But this is what the game presented. And what the game presented was trash. And quite frankly, I don't see how he's considered a popular character. He's garbage. He is garbage. He's written just... I can't believe that they decided to split those cases up. Getting exactly more of the same was not good. Because he's not charming. Like I said, he's not funny. His character doesn't come off as especially clever. The whole anxiety thing really starts to grate on you after a while. You can't keep seeing that. It's gross. As somebody who suffers from constant anxiety, I don't want to be fucking reminded of that all the time. Well, it sounds like you're working hard at least, which is good. Yeah, no worries. No worries, RC. Yeah, you shouldn't get yourself spoiled for anything. You take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. I'm a garage. I'm a garage, Amir. Well, but to be fair, you've been doing it for long. You have been doing it for longer than a week, so. I guess I'm a garage. Okay, I want to hear. Somebody might have said already, but I was too into my own. Of course he meant garbage, but misspelled it, Maxim. Jesus Christ. I'm a big boy, so probably many cars. I'm like a 4-car garage. If somebody... I want to see why somebody believes he should be... Like, don't give me an opinion if you think he's like seat. Like, that's not what I'm really interested in. I want to hear somebody that thinks he's just precious. And I want to hear why. Because it better be for a reason other than sentimentality. Because that alone is not good enough. Oh, I agree, Tom. Those are... That really is only for collectors. As opposed to 1-car garages, which are terrible. Just make it 2. I thought most 1-car garages were made like back when the family only had 1 car. I'm a 1. So you think he's funny. Okay. So if you actually like his sense of humor, then yeah, you're gonna like his character. That makes sense. That's straightforward enough that I think we could all understand. But that's the thing. You can hate your life and not be just obnoxious. That's exactly what Olive Green was. I really liked Olive Green's presentation, and she was essentially the same thing. Oh, you got a Discord? That's actually really cool. That's really cool. That Discord wasn't really a big thing when I was in school, so I'm not even sure. When was Discord created? I was in school from 11 to 14. Yeah, I think that, like I said, if they didn't have the second case, he's probably higher. in all fairness. But that second case was just, oh, God. 2000, of course, right after I fucking leave. Hey, that's one way to do it, though. That's good for you. So yeah, that's he was somebody that started off as a good character, got kind of annoying, rehabilitated a little bit later, but then we got 2-2 and Vomit. Well, yeah, I can't comment at all on experiencing it in Japanese. I would imagine there are some big differences in dialogue and stuff in terms of like how you're like just the general cleverness of the dialogue can be entirely different just because it's written like it's just written differently, right? So yeah, Natsume, he was really bad by the end. Not as bad as Joan though. Joan's the fucking worst. She wasn't particularly interesting. She abused her husband. And it was just like, shrug. She was a terrible juror. The whole she pretended to be his maid thing seemed dumb. She sucked. Like, you could be a horrible person and be a great character. That was not her. She was just a horrible person and a horrible character. All right, later, Coulter. We call that suspended. She fucking sucks. Her design was kind of hard to look at. And it's not just because they made her bigger. I mean, they made Olive Green bigger and I liked her design. But there's just, I hated everything about Joan. The only thing I honestly found mildly amusing about her is when she'd go, and her like cheek would jiggle because it like reverberated through her face. That was kind of cute. And like the way she looked like, But yeah, she sucked. Yeah, the tea pouring was funny the first time they did it, and then each time after that was, who cares? Like, who fucking cares? Two Spells is everything about design that and like anime design that I fucking love. She was sexy. She seemed really competent at her job. Her design is amazing. I guess my only issue is she around enough to justify putting her in S? And I don't think so. But like her mannerisms were great. She could be both like very playful and also very threatening. Like her range was just wide. But she's just not, you just don't get enough of her to put her in S. She is French, too. Sorry, I thought that was implied with part of the she was sexy thing. Yes, she's French. So yeah, I think putting her here it's probably even a little much putting her above Kazuma, but I really liked her character. Ouchie was fine. I'd say he was actually probably better than Pain in his presentation. Like, he was a douche, but that's the point, right? The whole sucking up to the government and stuff like that was a nice additional touch. The whole top knot thing I thought was funny. So yeah, probably here. Yeah, he's definitely an asshole. Sexist asshole. But I thought he played that sniveling fucking ass kisser really well. Well, remember, I don't put people in D just because they're assholes. Otherwise, McGilded would not be high S right now. He does have some great animations. I never understood why he did it, but I still loved when he'd be like, I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like, some sort of like body language or something they do in Japan, obviously, right? But I don't know what it is, but I loved it all the same. This guy was very difficult to look at. He was in the first game. Wait, he was in the second game too, wasn't he? Wasn't he a witness in both games? He was... I don't really have much to say about him. He wasn't great. I didn't really enjoy him. Nothing was really memorable. Just the first case? Yeah, okay, so just the first case. With the one dude. Yeah, he yeah. Oh, I felt so sorry for her. Especially once we find out that she didn't actually kill anybody. She was, I actually really like that she pretended to be somebody else at first. What the fuck was her name? Like, you really felt for her story, like the way they presented her, like you really felt for her, like her plight. And it was a very real sort of thing too. Nicolina. But yeah, one reason she's higher is because I did really like the presentation of her attempting to not be herself, attempting to not be a teenage girl, and instead attempting to be a much older male was pretty hilarious. I don't think I can justify putting her in A. Maybe I can, because we got a lot of her. We got as much of her as we got of, like, 2 spells. That's where I'm going to put her for now. She might drop to high B, but... Strongheart's really good from the beginning. He's similar to a McGilded, where you think something might be up with him. I think Strongheart's biggest issue is that he's too much like Gant, except he was played more of a lawyer role as opposed to more of a police role. So that kind of took away some of his uniqueness, but his design, I loved his design. He had very questionable decision-making at the end. So, some of the things he did, I'm like, I wouldn't have done that in his situation. But it's really easy to, comment on that from the outside. but like a lot of his motivations made sense, and you could see it's a the way his character is constructed, it's very believable as to why he was doing the things that he did and how he did the things that he did. I really liked how early on he was even super intimidating even when he wasn't a villain. That's very much like Gant too. Just for the whole like punctuality thing. Like he meant business and you knew he meant business. He could have adjourned really like a lot earlier and just been, you know, probably low S. Again, some of the uniqueness is just taken away from him because he's Gant. He's Gant with a slight shift in like he's judiciary, whereas Gant was not judiciary. Other than that, they're very similar. Except he didn't actually kill anybody, did he? Whereas Gant actually picked up a dude and placed him onto a sword. He did it indirectly. He would be charged. He could be charged for murder. But he didn't actually pick a guy up off the ground and go, that's a nice pointy sword there. 'Twould be a shame if you were to be impaled by it. Yeah, he did have more power than Gant, which is why he was able to orchestrate more behind the scenes. So they took what Gant did and made it a little more grandiose, but it didn't necessarily add to his character versus Gant. Monk just might like different parts of the game that other people might underrate. I wonder how Gant would have been if he had been around as long as Strongheart. Like, the problem with he had such ambition that the gambles he took were insane. Why let Ryu continue to do what he's doing? He basically built up the person to destroy him. Gant did think he was justice himself too, though. He just accepted that with corruption, with the ability to create the justice that you want, you must be corrupt. Because you must extend your power beyond where your limited scope puts you. Oh, I disagree. I disagree completely, because that's why he kept manipulating Lana. If he just gave up, he wouldn't have done that. He just didn't feel the need to do anything further. Like, he was... I guess the thing is that he was more satisfied with where he was, as opposed to giving up. Because he still did what he wanted to do in shady ways. But yeah, he didn't have the... He didn't think he needed to be like the X of the whole country or something like that. Like Strongheart did. Not just the trial, though. Remember, he suspended Ryu. He suspended Ryu. He could have just left that the way it was. Installing Kazuma? I don't really get why he did that either. He thought Kazuma might be manipulatable, I guess, because he had no memory, in theory. In theory? All right, later, Tom. Good luck. Yeah, he's still a murderer. That's what I said. He'd still be tried for murder. I don't think anybody's disputing that. It's just, there is a difference to me in terms of like, holy shit, you are a cold-hearted person. You have to be just that much more cold-hearted to say, go kill this person, where you don't have to witness it, it's kind of removed from you, versus, I picked this person, this unconscious person, off of the ground and placed their body, impaled their body through a statue. We have to understand that there's a bit of a difference between the psyche that goes behind both of those acts. I'm not sure Strongheart would have been able to do that. That's insane to me. Each time I think about it, like, that's fucking crazy. Like, a lot of Gant seemed to be more sound of mind. And maybe that had to do with the ambition that drove Strongheart a little crazy, because there were just too many things that happened where in retrospect, I'm like, why did he do that? But yeah, I think he was still a strong character. Just not enough so that I'd put him above, like, I mean, maybe he should be here. Yeah, I think I've talked myself and he should be above Hosonaga just because of, like, his thread that weaved through the entirety of the series was very good. Well, he was able to convince the audience that it was justice. They're the judiciary. So, like, yeah, crime has really been down. It's because of fear. He knew how to play on their fear. It's like, if this gets out, we'll be in chaos. The queen was like, fuck off. I don't care. But the judiciary's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that shit. Well, that's the thing. Gant is more realistic. Strongheart is more ideological. They're still similar characters. Oh, for sure. But Sholmes obviously knew the queen was going to agree with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he did. Ryu's a really good character. I liked him more than I liked Base Phoenix. He still is really stupid at times for the sake of the player. So, like, it's hard to hold it against him, but you also still kind of have to hold it against him. I thought his design was really good. All of his relationships I thought were really interesting. He in general presented himself more competently than Phoenix did. His eye thing, I think, was one of the funniest, like, little details of the game. And then having Susato emulate that was fucking hysterical. Yeah, he's not a good defense attorney. He's a great defense attorney here. He was not a great defense attorney here, ironically. Yeah, it seemed more believable because he had to learn the law in such a short period of time. Whereas Phoenix supposedly had went through the whole thing, right? Of becoming a lawyer. Whereas Ryu was kind of thrown into it, and given how he was kind of just thrown into it, it was done, he was more admirable in how he was able to carry himself. So he was really good. He frustrated me to no end from an attorney's perspective. But I also understand that the game's not going to be presented in that way. You can't end the game on a McGilded note. They just wouldn't do that. That's not realistic. Even though I would have clapped I would have given them a standing ovation if they did. VLAN's hilarious. The problem with VLAN is that I thought he was gonna be a big deal at some point, and he just wasn't. Like, he was there, and they said he was gonna blow up the Crystal Tower. He was planning on it, and then he just didn't do anything. So that was a real big disappointment. But he was still hilarious in his short time as a juror. His design's super funny. He got lost that whole time? Oh, man. But yeah, VLAN was great. Yeah, I mean, he's in contention for best juror. Although the fact that he was a juror was stupid. How did he find the courthouse if he couldn't find the fucking Crystal Palace, which is way bigger than the Old Bailey? Shamspear. He was annoying as hell, but he also had a charm to him that was kind of interesting. I think it was mostly his mannerisms that were really interesting. He as a character though was like whatever. I didn't really care about his character. But there was something about his mannerisms that I found very entertaining. So like it probably gets him enough to being a low B. Going from like what would be like mid C maybe, because I just didn't care about him at all, to oh, you were entertaining enough that you're in B. Like, yeah, the way he came back to life, everything about him that was really good was basically nonverbal, which is fine. That's actually really good that they were able to create a character like that. But when he did talk, I just kind of didn't care. He was fun to voice. That might actually be playing into a part of why I have him higher, too. Actually, you know, I probably... You know what? I'm going to give him more credit than that. I'm going to put him here. I'm also going to move Stroganoff down to here. I think I liked Olive Green more than him. Yeah, we'll put him mid-B. Shit, what was her name? What's-his-face's wife? She was a juror. She was a good juror, if I remember correctly. Her dedication to her husband's admirable, if sad. She obviously loves him. Evie. I liked her design a lot. I thought she was very pretty. This is probably higher than she should be, but I can't. I really liked her. I just really liked her presentation. She was very pleasant. Every time she talked, I was just like, oh, this is nice. This is nice. Her interactions, I think were also added a little more to her character when you have her interact with Sholmes. Yeah, I liked her. I liked Evie. Like I said, this is honestly probably too high for her, but this is where I want her. The Magician Juror. His presentation was interesting. His design is fine, But also, if you thought stereotypical magician, it wouldn't be that different from this, which kind of also doesn't make him very unique. I liked how his backstory of being a street magician played into, like, it wasn't anything big, but the way it played into it, and like the story made a lot of sense. I just don't think he was around for very long for him to make any sort of like real impression. It's better than this guy because this guy didn't really have any story other than I throw a knife up in the air. But I'm not sure it's good enough to put him above the Skulkin brothers. Susato is in contention for best character. She was absolutely amazing the whole time. And that 2-1 just, it was so good. One of the reasons 2-1 is, her presentation in 2-1 is so good is that all throughout the first game, you're like, wow, Susato's always the really, really competent one. Wherever Ryu's like has issues, she's there to help him. And then 2-1 gives you an impression of, well, let's see just how competent she would be if you let her do it herself. And I'm like, I would have been fine with her being the attorney for the rest of the series. Design's fantastic. All her, like, I think she has the best facial reactions of any of the characters in the game that really convey like great emotion. The ending was adorable. One thing I was worried about when I was playing the game is that her like Kazuma-sama, sama this, sama that. Eventually she was just gonna stay with Kazuma because like of the reverence she had for him. But it showed that even like just because she had reverence for him wasn't going to change like how she really wanted to live her life, which was great. She plays a great like big sister role to Iris. I love how into learning things she was. Like her whole book where she'd be like, and she'd like hit it and she'd be like, yeah. Loved her rah-rah too when she'd like throw her fist in the air and say, let's do it. She's just a great character. In terms of flaws, well, I told you one of the flaws. I was actually really annoyed by her Cosmo reverence, but it was done to play into just how great of a character he was supposed to be. And I guess that plays more into why Cosmo was disappointing than why Susato was bad. Or like is like as a knock against Susato. More of a knock against Kazuma than against Susato. I mean, there's gotta be something, but I just can't really think of anything else at the time. She's funny. Her reactions to Ryu are just perfect. So yeah, contention for best character. Which I vaguely remember. Who is this guy? He was he a foreman? I don't. If we can't remember, then he's just whatever. High D. Design's fine. We got another contender for best character. Wait. This might legitimately be like my favorite theme in the entire series. And I remember saying initially that I was like, it's all right. But man, the more you listen to it, this thing is fucking outstanding and just perfect for his character. He was super fun to voice. I loved his mannerisms. The fish and chips shit was hilarious. How he takes Gina under his wing was like super cool. Turns out he has this kind of darker backstory, which is honestly more interesting than it was like bad for his character. It does hit hard when that happens. It's like as the memory. It surprised me that they killed him off screen. I thought maybe for a character like that, he'd at least get the Mia treatment, where like you saw the scene in which Mia died. You didn't really get that with him, and I thought that was kind of a disservice to his character, honestly. Which tells you how much I loved his character. Yeah, his relationship with Iris is really funny. His design's really good. He obviously had a strong sense of justice, but also of integrity. Like the times he would just be like, well, you know, I owe you one because you really helped us, so I'm gonna help you out. Even though it wasn't necessarily the thing he was supposed to do. Which, I mean, I consider myself a neutral good. So I get that sort of way of looking at things. But yeah, even that last scene was pretty good too. With Kazuma. Like, he's so calmly badass. He's just sitting there with his hands in his pockets like, you want to stab me with that thing, eh? And you're just like, holy shit, like I'd kind of be pissing myself at that point. He's so good. He's so good. Every time he comes around, I'm like, yes, more Gregson. More Gregson. And like, instead of his character like getting kind of bland over time, again, it gets more enhanced. Like, his relationship with Gina adds a whole new kind of dimension to him and how you look at him. So it probably made sense to kill him. I just wish they would have given it a little more honor than it did, at least in its presentation. Just, oh, he's dead. Oh, great. Very much reminds me of like almost a hybrid of Commissioner Gordon and Batman, because he would do things outside the lines like Commissioner Gordon would to get things done, but he didn't necessarily do everything himself like Batman did. Man with a lot on his shoulders. He got things done. Yeah. Where to get the best fish and chips? Kitty? Kitty was cute, not as good as Doggo. Just a cute cat. Served its purpose. Wagahai. This guy probably was better than he had any right to be. His reactions were hilarious. Like, his emotion he put into his job was hilarious. His design was even kind of hilarious. He was just a really good minor character. It was sad. It was kind of sad when he died. Like, damn, oh, poor guy. Like, I really liked him. He was fantastic. He sort of has the same problem as, like, Two Spells or, Nicolina, though. They're just not around enough to justify putting them in S in terms of the impact that they left. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Set up a very likable character that dies and that has that sort of impact because of how you did it, how you set it up. It was very nice. And it wasn't necessarily set up in a way where you thought he was going to die, because this was somebody that Sholmes saw all the time. So you kind of almost just expect that status quo to continue. And then the game is like, hey, realism here, he could just die. Maxine? But I guess that's not the same as Maxim. Yeah, helps Gina a lot too. Like, that did a lot to help elevate Gina's profile. Because, like, I like Gina when she's first presented. But, like, you kind of worry that she's going to be one-dimensional until this case. And then you're like, oh, that was really well done. Now I really like Gina. This guy, is this the guy that loved the juror that loved the 3D or whatever, Pictoscope or whatever the fuck it was called? He was good. His enthusiasm was amusing. I have a problem with his design besides the scouter he has, stereoscope. And that's that there are several of these blonde guys that look like pretty much the same person. Speaking of which, why is Shamspear on here twice? Actually, let's get the not so zoomed in version. That's a little better. Yeah, he was fine. I just didn't think his design was interesting, but he was a generally amusing juror. So he's like her level. Probably a little better than her because he's a little more interesting than her. Like I said, most of her I think is from my own personification of her. That's Shamspear and his corpse. Hairbrain was great. I loved Hairbrain. I honestly, again, I hate saying this because it sounds super arrogant. I really liked my own personification of Hairbrain too. Again, for those that don't know, I base his character off of Maurice Moss from the IT Crowd. That guy. That's like, my voice was like modeled after him. He's a super like nerd that creates inventions that go horribly wrong. There's just a lot of similarities to me when I first saw him. He's got a fro. But I really liked Hairbrain's presentation as a nerd. It was a nerdy scientist, but not like in that. Well, it's stereotypically like uninteresting. His relationship with Barrick added to both characters. This theme, yes, this is a great theme too. The General Witness themes. It's I like the Witness themes from Ace Attorney. The problem is that they're a little too monotonous, especially early on. It's a bum 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 bum. There's just not as much to them, which is the same could be said about a lot of the Ace Attorney themes compared to Great Ace Attorney themes. But this one's just, I don't know, it hits. It hits the mood. Even it was too far, but you understood what that meant to him. He was ready to admit to murdering somebody just so that he could prove that his invention worked. Like, you can, like, that sort of desperation, like, for a scientist that saw himself as failing otherwise, it made sense. Or not, it made sense, but you understood it. You could see a person going that far for their own, like, the people that are more concerned with their legacy than their life. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't care if I was ever a witness, just because, well, I guess it depends on the situation, but if I just had to, like, if I had nothing to hide and I just had to speak about what happened, I've questioned enough witnesses at this point that I'd be like one of the chillest witnesses up there. But yeah, I really liked Hairbrain's character a lot. Probably like here. I didn't think I was gonna like him too. Like, when we first started, I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna be fucking annoying. But he ended up being great. Gory, the younger, I loved her presentation. She's this psychopath who's also not really a psychopath, but still kind of a psychopath. Or she's like way too into her work that you could possibly see her killing somebody just to get to her insides. But she also seems to understand why that's wrong, so she won't actually do it, but she thinks about it. Her relationship with her mother is sort of precious in that she loves her mother even though she knows that what her mom did was wrong. I actually thought that one line did a lot for her character. Where she's like, instead of just being somebody that blindly follows her mom, she's like, but mama was wrong or whatever. And I was like, oh my. That was surprisingly good. Like, I was not expecting to hear that from her. So yeah, I was really happy when she came back and she was a witness. And she was just staring at, what's his face? I can't imagine how uncomfortable that was. I know. It's good. The theme's good. Yeah, stop staring at my cheek specifically. Okay. So, the judge is good. He's not that good, because he still has his issues, but he's pretty good. Maybe like High B, he still does things sometimes, and I'm just like, that's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. But for the most part, he's not as flip-floppy as old Udgy. I liked his Santa Claus vibe, his Kris Kringle vibe. The organ thing is my own thing I added to him, so I can't really add that to his characterization. But that would bump him up to A, for sure. That might bump him up to S if that were real. He's gonna find out who's naughty or nice. So yeah, he was good. He had some of the same pitfalls as Udgy did. They just weren't as pronounced or as prevalent. Gina, I honestly, another person I consider to be in contention for best character. I absolutely loved her character arc so much. From where she is to where she was to where she is, you just feel incredibly happy for her. Each time you see that progression, you're just like, that's awesome. That's so awesome. And like how she goes from tough to emotional, back to tough, back to emotional, like how it needed to be a breakthrough for that to happen. Gina is absolutely fantastic. The main downside for Gina compared to Susato or even Gregson is that she just doesn't get as much screen time as these two do. She's just not around as much. So that's just like, if we're talking about potential tiebreakers, that would give both of these characters a one-up on her. But she also has things that might be one-up. I like her designs. Her design might be my favorite in the game. She's everything that's great about character development. And what was I gonna say? I love how the development's gradual too. It's not just like boom, boom. It's like she's getting a little better. She's getting a little better. She's getting a little better. And then by the end, she's like, "Yeah, I want to be a cop, because I want to uphold justice like my boss, who was basically my father figure, even though I only knew him for a year, not even a year." Shows that she's ready to give her loyalty to those that deserve it, like undyingly. Like she still was talking about her promise to Iris even after all that. I had forgotten about that. I was like, oh shit, that's right. Phone is hot today. Just Asashin Giselle Brett. I actually think in retrospect her character was a little better than I initially liked her. Because if you think about the assassin plot, she was actually exchanged. She actually played the role pretty well. Her arrogance toward the Japanese made sense. For like somebody who was supposed to be this like, I'm a fair lady from Britain. The problem was that she just didn't really have much personality behind that. But like I'm thinking, that was almost kind of the point. She's a cold-blooded killer. She's not really supposed to have a ton of personality. Her voice was kind of Russian, though. Yeah, I know. I don't know what was up with that. I don't... So, like, before I probably would have had her, like, here-ish. But I don't know if... Is it enough to put her in low B? Just her arrogance is actually really awesome. Like, even after she, like, gets caught or whatever, and it's just like, she's like, you still can't touch me. Hey, remember, Trep, you can have a really bad story, but really great characters. But there was still kind of a reveal. You just got it a lot later than you expected. She's an assassin. And in that sense, her face covering makes sense, even if, like, revealing her, like, under what was underneath the mask didn't even really matter. Yeah, I think I ended up, like I said, her character was one where a rare case in which after her actual main interaction with the cast, she gets better based on backstory that's built up. Yeah, it gets more interesting after the fact. But by the end of the first game, you're like, oh, that case wasn't great at all. Like, ugh. That's going to be really interesting to look back at it in retrospect. Van Zeek's... What do we got here? He's not a good prosecutor. His mannerisms are awesome, even if ridiculous. I liked his design. His constant hatred of the Japanese is like cringe. And it's not justifiable by any stretch of the imagination. He does get a lot better later in that you get character development from him. But, like, he's just so bad for such a long time. I guess his saving grace is that you knew it probably was going to get better. So there was always, like, you're holding out a little bit of hope. You do feel really bad for him when you find out about the Clint thing. You knew that shattered his dreams. Yeah, his design's great. The leg thing's hilarious. I love that he fucking drinks booze in the courtroom. That's badass. You know what? I'm gonna put him here. He didn't redeem himself enough to be an A. But I do think he eventually redeemed himself enough to be in B. But God, he's just a fucking one-trick pony for such a long time. See, I don't want to say that it makes sense to get there because it doesn't. It's irrational. His fear was irrational.
His hatred was irrational, so it doesn't make sense. It only makes sense insofar as that there are other people who share irrational fears like that. But they're irrational for a reason. And I don't give bonus points to people being irrational. It wasn't. There's nothing justifiable about it. There's no understanding of it. It's irrational. One should know that an interaction with one person doesn't fucking translate to interactions with everybody. That doesn't make it make sense, though. That just means that it happens. Like, it is something that happens. It is a real life thing. It doesn't necessarily make sense, though, because irrational, by definition, is something that doesn't make sense. Whatever did happen with Ryutaro? We saw him in the credits. But again, he does have some redemption at the end because he does acknowledge his mistakes. The problem is that, and this was brought up. This was just brought up too. It hurt him that he didn't have more interaction outside of the courtroom, like say Edgeworth did in the Ace Attorney trilogy. That went beyond him just talking down to you on the record in court. But it's still irrational. It is something that happens, yes. We understand that trauma is something that happens in psychology. That leaves an impression like that. That doesn't make the impression rational or make sense. It is irrational. Do we know what the definition of irrational means? I honestly think that we are saying the same things. You don't understand that the way you're saying it is not entirely accurate. The whole point of something being irrational is that it doesn't make sense. Just because something can happen doesn't mean it makes sense. It is still logically irrational. And that's what his hatred was. So I don't like shrug it off like, it makes sense. Nah, still an asshole. He was still an asshole for a long time. Making sense is absolutely rationality. Things can happen just because they happen. That doesn't make it logically rational. I honestly don't remember this. Oh, the music box from the, whatchamacallit. His irrational hatred is bad writing in that they take it to a cringy extent. They can have somebody be like that, but the pounding that it gave got really cringy. They way overdid it. They didn't have to do it as much as they did. It made him look like a really bad prosecutor, and that was bad writing when it comes to Van Ziek's character. But that's what I'm saying. Things happen, but that doesn't mean it makes sense. Things happen that don't make sense. I don't think people are understanding that I'm saying that. Fuck, what was her name? She was Susato's friend. I really liked her. Honestly, when I first made that thumbnail, it looked like she was going to be an evil character, but she ended up being delightful. I love that she has this sort of like implied crush on Susato, even. Like, that's how passionate she is in their friendship. I just love 2-1. At least the characters in 2-1. Do I like her or Hairbrain more? Probably Hairbrain. I think it's a little more dynamic than she is. And Ryutaro, sorry. Ray, that's right. I don't agree with that, Maxim. And that's the thing. I don't count on things not making sense. I don't count on people being irrational. You shouldn't count on people being irrational. Because it's irrational. You should not. Counting on things being irrational is irrational. That doesn't make sense. But that's what I said. I see how it came to be. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean it makes sense. Nobody is actually addressing what I'm saying. It is actually funny that I forgot her name when she has that name. I think I would forget Ray. Jesus. Gigantic Evangelion fan. No, it's not even whether it's good or bad writing. Because the fact that he is a racist is fine. The fact that they overplayed their hand wasn't fine in the writing because it gets cringy, but I still hold it against his character in that he's an asshole. Because it's irrational and it doesn't make sense. Because what people are essentially arguing here is that if it's something that can happen, there must be a rational reason behind it, but there isn't. Amir is attempting to distinguish sense and rationality, and I don't think that can be done. Oh my god. See, Trep is... none of you are addressing what I'm saying. At all. Like... none of you are, like, literally, none of you are addressing what I'm saying. I never said it was unbelievable, so saying the word believable doesn't really help anything that you're saying. Something can be believable and not make sense. Irrationalities are believable, but they don't make sense because they are irrational. I think I understand the English language, honestly, a bit better than you do. That's because that's what irrational is. It doesn't make sense. It's irrational because it doesn't make sense. I mean, you can use make sense in an incorrect way, but that's up to you. I'm not going to do that. Exactly. I don't think Trep understands either because they keep, like, you guys, I honestly just don't think you understand what irrationality is. I think that's just the way it is. I hate dropping the appeal to authority, but I honestly think that's what it is in this case. I just don't think you're using the phrases correctly at all. Sure, you're just using it differently. The problem is that when it comes to words like this, you can't just, as a lawyer, you can't just use things differently and it be considered okay. That's my problem with how I look at language. Do things change over time with language? Yes, but it's problematic when that transition happens. And it's problematic to just be like, well, we look at it this way, but that's not what it is. So you should probably adjust the way you're looking at it. No, see, but that's the thing. It's not different. One is right and one is wrong. If we're going by the actual definition of the words. See, I'm not going to answer that, though, because I'm not saying it's bad writing. I simply hold it against his character. Because it's an overplayed point that gets cringy. So bringing up quote-unquote bad writing is irrelevant here. I don't think any of you are understanding because you keep saying things that are not actually addressing what I'm saying, even though I'm being very clear. Because you guys are like using all these weird definitions for these words that aren't actually the case. No, see, my uses, the way I like to use words is how they are defined. Because without defining a word is meaningless to me. So I don't liberally do that. I said the overuse of the racism is bad writing because it makes him look like a really bad prosecutor. And it's not even just it's overly racist. It actually hurts his character. Like, he's supposed to be this great prosecutor, but he's not. He's terrible. No, there isn't a bridge to cross because my whole profession is based on understanding of language and using language to convey things properly. You're not going to tell me that, we just look at these words differently. If you're using a definition in an incorrect way, you're using the definition in an incorrect way. That's your problem, not mine. For law, it is, Amir. It absolutely is. Because if you don't define words in a strict fashion, then the creation of laws becomes a whole, it even becomes more difficult than it already is. So, I mean, you're not going to win this argument with me, not saying that it's a win or lose sort of situation. You are literally not going to change my mind, so you might as well stop attempting to convince me otherwise, because my profession is one that is deeply rooted in, yes, there are right and wrong ways to use words, legally speaking. And that's the way they have to be, otherwise there would be chaos. Why can't that be like a general principle of mine? Because otherwise, I'm just using it the way I feel like using it whenever it seems fit. So yeah, the way I look at it in law is the same way I look at it everywhere. So like, I don't know, that's weird. Like, of course I am. Because I'm not a fucking flip-flopper about it. I'm consistent. Like, I think you need to get over that your thing is right. I'm not even saying my thing's right. I'm saying that's how I look at it. That's the way I look at it. You're not going to be able to convince me otherwise. It's the absolute truth to me. But I also understand that other people look at things differently. But here, in this chat, you're not going to convince me otherwise. Do you understand that? So attempting to make that argument, you could say, well, I look at things differently. I'm going to say, well, I think that's wrong. And that's that. I do think you're using it wrong, and that's my way of thinking. That's true, Maxim. Also, I actually didn't say it the way that you are saying that. I said you use the words wrong. I don't, and I said I go by using definitions to define words because otherwise I don't think they have any meaning. Other people don't do that. But that's how we do it in law, because for us, we have to do that. Otherwise, there would be issues. That's interesting. Feelings are a false perception of reality. That would be intriguing to learn more about. Kid's fucking annoying. He doesn't really add anything. I thought it was a girl. If that means anything. More personality than this foreman, though, so I guess we'll put it there. I thought it was a guy. I thought it was I thought it was a boy. Like, I thought it was a girl, and then I thought they said it was a boy. Is it a girl? Okay, then I was right the first time. Well, guys can have pigtails. If they have longer hair. Just because things aren't common on boys doesn't mean she can't be a boy. Do we understand this? It is a girl, though? Okay. I'm happy because I was right the first time. I thought I was like, oh, God. I felt like an asshole for getting it wrong. Okay, whew. Whew. Is it ever obvious? Because when there are young boys that are voice acted, they are almost always done by girls, and they sound like girls. So no, that doesn't sound very obvious. Most young boys sound like girls. Especially that young, which wouldn't be a juror anyways. The copper guy, he actually turned out to be less interesting than I thought he'd be. He was he's pretty generic. Like, his design's fine, but he's just like curmudgeon cop. She's villain in disguise. Vigil, I thought was actually pretty good as Sandwich and then to Vigil. And, like, his whole backstory was interesting. He's an awful person. But also, like, I respect the hustle. He went through a lot to try to make sure his wife never found out that he got fired 10 years ago, and apparently she never noticed. It's gossip, sorry, not sandwich, yes. He's an awful person. He lied to his wife for 10 years. That makes you a pretty awful person. You should be truthful with your spouse. It's not because of because he didn't do anything wrong. He was just a scapegoat. But lying to your wife for 10 years, that's fucked up. That's unambiguous. That's fucked up. No, but yeah, I mean, that's an awful thing to do. That makes you an awful husband. Well, right. I'm just saying it makes sense because of the amount of money that he was bringing in that she didn't notice. I'm just saying that it was impressive that he was able to hustle enough without really having a full-time official job for her to not notice. That's what I'm saying. So he ended up being pretty good. I liked his design. Maybe like here. Oh, here. I thought he was good. Both as I was gonna say fucking sandwich again. Gossip. Both as gossip and as vigil. That was hilarious. Walter White husband cheer. Oh God. Except that Walter White brought in too much money. She found out after a lot less than 10 years. He actually did a better job than Walter White did. Graydon was also a very good character. His front, he had the front because he was like ashamed of his past, even though like he still held on to his past. He was still friends with these guys. I thought his design was really good. The design did everything possible to take him away from a dark and alley sort of person by presenting him as purely light as possible. So really good. But like, you can also tell he's not just like a straight douche. He's a bad person. But he's not like fucking, he's not like comically evil like McKilden is. But he's also not, who else can I compare him to? He's more, it's almost like he's more fearful than selfish. Which is like Shamsphere was a very self-absorbed person. Born out of arrogance, whereas Graydon's was obviously like, that was straight fear. I really liked our interactions in the trial, too. Maybe like here? I think I might still like Hairbrain a little more than him. Even though I like Graydon's design more. More tragic backstory. Actually, yeah, let's do this. Do that. Yeah, everything by him's. Yeah, he's just he's just afraid. Now we get to Sandwich. I hated this guy's design. It was very difficult to look at. He wasn't necessarily like the worst character, but my God, is he hard to look at. He's just a turd. Just a turd. just, oh. I was trying to think of Simon. In terms of like, yeah, he's a bad person, but he didn't kill the dude just because he's fucking evil and wants to murder everybody. Like McGill did, right? McGilded's just too cartoonishly evil good, though. And possibly part of the best moment in all of Ace Attorney. Enoch Drebber was fantastic. Fantastic. Probably better. Yeah, we're gonna put him here. I loved his character. Loved his backstory. And his, like, what tragedy wrought upon his personality. His design was super cool. This is definitely a situation where my own, like, characterization of him books him higher than he might have been otherwise. Personally. Yeah, funny robot man, exactly. Like, he's absolutely fantastic. You just, similar with a lot of these other characters in A, except for Kazuma, you just don't get enough of him. He's in one case. You just don't get enough of him to justify putting him in S, but he is really, really good. Just not enough to flesh the character out entirely. Iris is really just adorable and fantastic, and she's not in contention for best character, but she's really good. Her characterization as somebody that's been raised by Sholmes I thought was perfect. You really felt for her, and like her ability to persevere despite all of the issues that happened with her. Like, doesn't even know her dad, whatever, the whole daddy thing. Almost, that was the closest I think Ace Attorney's ever brought tears to my eyes. She's absolutely precious. Also makes sense now that she was so talented, right? She's a Van Zeeks / Bakersville. So, like, they're all kind of super smart individuals. Not realistically smart, but at least within the context of the universe, it made sense. Where you have people becoming prosecutors at 13. Baskerville! Sorry. Baskerville sounds better than Bakersville anyways. Bakersville, it sounds really boring in retrospect. Well, see, that's the thing. The PhD at 10 years old's fucking ridiculous. But we've also had another character who became a prosecutor at 13. Yeah, but that's on me. I almost dropped her a whole fucking tear by referring to as a Bakersville. This fucking guy. I had 2 PhDs at 10. Gyaradev. I liked Gyaradev. I thought he was going to be a dull at first. Him coming back as a juror, he wasn't the most dynamic person, but he kept my interest, and I found him to be amusing. Sucked that he was a, victim of abuse. He tried to live his life the best that he could. Well, obviously loved his wife, despite the fact that she's a fucking turd. I liked his design. I liked the moon shape to kind of set the tone of, like, how his personality is. I liked Gyaradev. I liked Gyaradev a lot. How much did I like him, though? Maybe like here? I dropped from S to A tier streamers because of Bakersville. Yeah, I thought whereas his personification of the moon was done really well, hers of the sun was like way overdone. I forget his fucking name. He's Italian, wasn't he? No, that was... What the fuck was he? He was the balloon guy. He was fine as a witness. I liked his design. Probably like here. He just didn't really add a ton either, but he was fine. I'm not blaming you at all, CJ. Not blaming you at all. Quite frankly, it makes sense. Oh God. Okay, this is going to be... I fucking loved her character. I loved her character so much. She wasn't around for much time at all, but holy shit. I understand. This is too high. People are gonna say this is too high. This is a bad take. She's really you might think she's really good, but probably can't eclipse B tier. You are all correct. I'm wrong. Venus is A tier. She's spectacular. She's like kind of crazy, but in a very entertaining way. Her fucking using her ass to light the match is absolutely hysterical. She honestly reminds me of a more realistic Klee from Genshin. She just kind of likes to see things like pop off and explode. But there's still something so endearing about her, charming about her. Ew. Maybe it's her energy and passion. That's probably what it is. You expect Red Riding Hood, she gets, yeah, those explosive all of a sudden. It's a bad take, too low. Okay, even I can't justify putting her in S tier. She was a witness for a portion of one case. She had less time than everyone else ahead of her. But still higher than like a Van Zeeks. Actually, you know what? I am putting her ahead of... There. I'm doing that because I feel like it. Venus was... That is the way to make a witness. Memorable, super memorable in a very short period of time. And she didn't even really, like, she had an integral part in the story because she sold the big firecrackers and she had to tell you about that, whatever. But, like, it's minor compared to a lot of the other, like, a bigger, it's like, what? If I had to put an arbitrary percentage, it's like 5% of the case had to do with her. But she's so fucking memorable. So good. Jigoku, man, he was a Giga Chad, and then he wasn't so much of a Giga Chad. I was actually very disappointed by what happened in the end. It was excuse me. It wasn't necessarily bad writing, it just made me disappointed in him. Because the respect I had for him was so high. He struck me as more of a just man than an ambitious man. Turns out he wasn't. It was still done really well. He came off as a credible villain. So he's still high, but he has a similar thing as like Kazuma, where he starts off very strong, and then what kind of the personification later on drops him. But I still thought it was well done. Yeah, his design's really good. Yeah, I mean, and that's an interesting thing too. Even more so than Kazuma, the other characters let you know how much of a letdown it was. You feel it with the characters. So in that sense, it was done really well. But I can't let my disappointment is probably clouding my judgment. He might be still deserving of S-Class, but similar to Kazuma, just... Man. Jigoku is too competent. The Poggers guy... Wait, no. This isn't the Poggers guy. Is this the hack guy? Where the fuck did the Poggers guy go? Yes, as in which much? Which one? This is the hack guy. Okay, the let me at him guy. He was fine as a witness. Yeah, you know what? Fuck that. He's still really good. I'm gonna let you guys influence me on that one. I think he's still S tier. I don't want to let my disappointment in what happened and what I wanted him to be to drop him when he's still a really, really good character. So he was a good witness. The hat thing was mildly amusing. He's here. He's fine. He just didn't really have a ton to him. Yeah, so we have the Poggers guy. For those that are not a part of our Discord, we have that guy doing the Pog face, and I would have put him like probably low B, just because of that fucking Pog face, where he's like, oh, and you're like, what the fuck is he doing? He's on the jury twice, isn't he? He's always a very reasonable guy, and I really appreciated that about him. This guy was fucking annoying. I really liked his design, but holy shit, was he just a one goddamn trick pony. Oh, my wife's gonna kill me. Yeah, I get it, dude. Probably here? Actually, no. Let's put him here. This guy was less annoying, even though I like his design slightly more. These two, I feel like they're almost kind of together because their character is like based off of playing off of each other. So they're probably going to be right next to each other. I liked their dynamic. It was fun. It was really fun. How they like wanted to be villains but weren't really, and also had their ethics as to, well, we won't go that far. I was worried they were going to make them the killers. I'm really glad they weren't the killers. I think here is pretty good. I think I like the kid a little more than the French guy. The Italian kid a little more than the French guy. Even though this dude was really stereotypical Italian. Or he was French, but maybe not as stereotypically French. Okay, I vaguely remember this guy. He is the scientist juror. I respected this guy. I respected this guy as a juror a lot. His design's really, really bland. He has one of the most bland designs of any juror except for maybe this foreman. But I actually like that he had an expertise without necessarily being directly related to the case. Because like that happened several times, or not several times, but a few times, like the Bumblebee lady. Like, oh man, of course she's like actually related to the case. But he was just a dude who knew his stuff with, or like her. She was kind of, she knew one of the witnesses, right? He was just a scientist that knew stuff about science, and so he based his opinions on that. And I thought that was really refreshing. You will lose many brain cells. Suddenly not be able to spell. So I think I'm gonna put him... His big problem is that his design's really lame. He's super basic. But I really did appreciate him as a juror. Trep definitely did brain meld with CJ, and boy, you should see the de-evolution of his English. The kid was hilarious. I thought the kid was really funny. Fucking rich, arrogant snob, played it extremely well. Just giving out gold pieces for one balloon. Another example of a well-done brief witness. Even more, he was more so memorable than the balloon guy himself. Maybe like here. I thought the kid was amusing. Caden was, I thought, was really good. Sense of duty, even though his sense of duty would override his ethics. Design was really good. He looked like a prison warden to me. He was entertaining to voice, even if I was really bad at it. His interactions with Vigil were really funny. I think I might have liked Vigil a little more than him, though. Vigil was a little more dynamic than Caden was. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Garrett over him too. No. We're gonna leave Caden there. Well, yeah, that's a part of the. Oh, sorry, CJ. I mean, he did ruin Vigil's life. But like, you could also, like, within the narrative, it made sense.
Congratulations.
He was somebody that honored, he thought his duty was to the crown and whatever they wanted, and no one else, above his own personal ethics. But again, I mean, that's the thing, like, I try not to hold, like, they're a bad person. Van Zieks was a bad person for most of the game. But it wasn't necessarily that he was a bad person that made him a bad character. It's that it was written to such a detriment as to hurt who his character was supposed to be. He's supposed to be this great prosecutor, feared, whatever. He sucked. He sucked because they focused way too much on his, I'm racist. Yeah, I get it. Sherlock Holmes, contention for best character. A really fun personification of Sholmes. You'd think that it would be kind of easy to make a boring Sherlock Holmes character after it's been done to death, but he was done really well. He had his own eccentricities that were new. I love the setup of how they made it seem this whole time like he was an idiot, and really he was just as smart as you thought he was supposed to be. That was a nice little twist. Design was really good. I love his sort of, because I know what that feels like. His, like, energy reminds me so much of myself, where I'm, like, super energetic, or then I go like this. And it can happen at the drop of a dime. His obliviousness, but also kind of not obliviousness, was great. His trolly dialogue was hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, you can't say enough about how good Sholmes' character was. His interactions with Mikutoba were really good. His interactions with most everybody was really good. The people that hated him, he just was like, yeah, he doesn't really have any flaws. I mean, he makes some bad decisions as a person, but like how he kind of fucks you over with the you personally over with the Kazuma thing, but also he did it to save Kazuma because he knew that he couldn't make it because he assumed that he would be killed. But there's probably a better way to going about that. Okay. So based purely on screen time and such, I think these two have to be dropped to 3 and 4. I think I'm gonna do it this way. Because as much as I love Gregson, I do think I appreciate the dynamics of Gina a little bit more than all the things I appreciate about Gregson. Because Gregson is a dynamic character, but he doesn't really have a ton of growth, per se, throughout the story. He's always kind of who he's been. And that's not a bad thing, because he's a great character. Now, this is really fucking tough, though. This is really tough. I think I actually enjoy Susato's character more in terms of, like, I've been around her so much that, like, whenever Susato's talking, I'm like, oh, Susato. But the thing that Sholmes has over Susato is that it's almost like nothing he says is just to fill space. Which Susato is around so much that that's kind of inevitable, but it felt like every time Sholmes spoke, it was either hilarious or very important to the story in progressing something. I still think he was willing to do everything for the country in the second game. But you're right. You are right in that I think Gina adds a little bit of Gina does add a little bit of a softer side to a man who we now know probably had his heart hardened for many years because of what he was involved in. Yeah, I'll give that to you. I think you're right. I shouldn't leave that out. That's very important. I still think Gina had more of a dynamic character development, though. God, this is really tough. I think I'm gonna go with Sholmes because it's kind of similar to Makoto. I so badly wish I could be Sholmes. Just not. But I wish I could be.
Congratulations!
Like his type of humor and the way he goes about things, like I wish I could be like that so much. And don't get me wrong, I admire Susato too, but man, I wish I could be Sholmes. So good. So good. I wouldn't argue with either one of these, though. Actually, I wouldn't argue with any of these four. I could also buy Ryu if you're impassioned enough. I just personally don't have him that high. But yeah, for me, it's Sholmes. You mean 1-3? Yeah, you have what? Gina, Gregson, The Gilded, Iris, Strongheart. Yeah, that's a lot in one case. Oh, S. Oh, sorry. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Ignore me. So yeah, in one case you have what? 2 spells. Trevor, Hairbrain, Gory. No, she wasn't in. I mean, yeah, that's a big chunk of one set. I want to do let's do Smash or Pass next. Just as a time change up, because I know that one went for a while. But I did keep it shorter than that fucking Danganronpa 1 through 3 list, thank God. Yep. Looks only 10 seconds. The corpse. He's just a corpse. Still better than Joan, though. Oh, now I can't get rid of him? Well, I'm glad I saved that before that happened. Otherwise, that would really irritate me. Alright, hold on. Let me bring up. I'll do investigations next. Okay. Switch these around. Go. Are you saying F for Chiaki because she's dead? Oh no, because when she's real, she's illegal. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha. Makes sense. If you want to come back, Wakfina, this is only going to take like 5 minutes, probably. Right. Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. No more than 10 seconds per Smash, Pass, and then we have a couple, like, illegal. And then specifically, Chiaki was illegal when she died. Otherwise, she would be legal. And Monokuma for Smash would be awesome. I agree with that. What? Hotel's in V3, right? Bike Taxi, Aged Child, Mind Mine, Real Fiction, Dead Body Found. Where is it? I do not see it. In the list. Let's go to YouTube. YouTube might have it. They don't just have the Love Suite theme? Which theme is the... Maybe it's listed under something else. Oh, this seems kind of funny. What if Danganronpa V3 characters live tweeted their Love Suite event? That sounds hilarious. Okay, that's the... Let's see. Let's see if we can find it.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance
Spring
for
Break
driving safe
93.
with USAA.
Yeah. Oh my god. If you're just putting up gameplay with no commentary, don't bother me with your fucking branding. Okay. Alright, let's try to find this. I don't want it with all the sound effects. Oop. There it is. Cool morning. Okay, cool morning. All right, let's do this. So smash or pass. 10 seconds or less. Let's do this. Okay. Smash. Smash. I tried to cut his hair while I was fucking him though. Pass. Pass. Smash. 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 Robot. Wouldn't smash anyways. Illegal. Artificial intelligence. Pass. Monokuma for smash. Pass. He'd just tell he'd be bored of me. Also too much hair. Smash. 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 Pass. Smash. Pass. Smash. Pass. Too creepy. Smash. Kid. Pass. Too bland. Smash. Robot. Robot. There'd be a height problem there. Pass. Smash. Robot. Pass. Those teeth, though. Robot. Robot. Smash. This is Junko's boyfriend, right? Please confirm before I pick this one. Pass. Oof. I mean, he's kind of cute. It's just, you don't really know. We're just talking about looks, right? So, smash, I guess. But pass. Pass. But smash. Robot. I don't know who this is. Smash, pass, 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 pass. Robot, smash. Oh yeah, because this is he's in high school, right? Based on it. So yeah, illegal, because young. I don't know, who's this? Wait, who's Yuta? All right, hold on. Who are you talking about? Oh, I thought that was Aoi. Illegal. Sorry, you guys kind of look alike up close. Whoops, mistake.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding
I
me?
100% thought that was out. They look exactly the fucking same when they're that up close. Thank you for calling that out. Pass. Even though she's technically not illegal. Smash. Hajime is kind of generic to me. Ooh. That'd be interesting. Smash. Smash. Pass. Smash. Smash. And die. Smash. 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 I can't tell who this is. Who is this? Is this... I can't tell who this is. Smash. Pass. Smash. Sato? Oh, she's illegal, right? Yeah, illegal. Looks too young. Smash. Or pass, I should say. Freudian slip. Pass. Illegal. Pass. Smash. Robot. Smash. Illegal. Wait, actually, I mean, I guess she's older. I don't know how much older she is in DR3 though, so we'll just leave her in illegal. She'd probably be a pass even still though. Rip to real Chiaki's illegal. Smash. Mahiru smash. Probably smash. This is young Junko, so she's illegal. Don't know who this is. Sayaka's a smash. I mean, duh, Ibuki. Wait. She's not 18 yet, right? S. Yeah, we'd smash. Smash. I'd probably still hit, not gonna lie. Smash. Kid. Oh, she's legal? Okay, yeah. Then smash. I think she's cute. A garage lawyer anyways. There you go. Yeah, that was a big oopsie. I saw it, I'm like, oh, owie. I'm glad I didn't make like the additional comment I wanted to make about like, yeah, smash for sure. I mean, Hajime isn't ugly, it just he's bland. I'm not gonna argue if you want to smash him though. I don't think he's ugly. Not everyone here in this list is ugly. He's not ugly. He's not ugly. He's not ugly. He's just creepy, bland. Not a fan of super short hair. Teeth, though. Again, height problems. There is a point where it's too short for... Oh, yeah. Toa's terrible. That's what I was saying, like, if we're going just based on looks. I mean, he's a cute dude. He's a handsome guy. But once you found out anything about him, you'd be like... Kill. Where's Kill? Where's Kill? But yeah, because if we're talking about like this has, hold on, let me reset this. Let me reset this. This has absolutely nothing to do with personality, with like their personality, who they were in the, because if that's the case, Junko's got to be a pass, but she's not going to be. Spoiler alert. So this is just purely on looks. Okay? All right, now Halucha, what you want to do is that you take that part that I just did and move that to the front. Actually, I could probably do this one easy enough. That's how we edit on the fly. I really do want to make an exception to the rule, but I also want to be as consistent as I can. But it felt dirty putting him there, but I'm just like, hey, he's a good-looking dude. Not gonna lie. Pass to the center, pass to the center, pass to the center. I mean, everybody that sees the full video will we'll see it anyways. Okay, what are we gonna do next? I feel like that's not really a speed run though. You know it is kind of a speed run? Yeah, I'm gonna do this one real quick. Besides, you don't have the abridged one up there. Oh, I guess I just use a normal, I just use a DR1 tier list, right? Can you, sorry to be a pain in the ass, but can you link me to a DR1 list? See, I mean, here's the thing, Amir. I think several people have a plan of bringing me down, with Maxim being the most vocal about it. So at this point, it's like, well, if they get me, they get me. All right, this one I think we can actually do pretty fast. Okay, so this is the attendant, God, I can't talk. Accused defendant. I put those two words together. See, I have a different problem from CJ. I literally combine words. So how I like them as the accused and defendants. This one won't take very long because I think this one's pretty straightforward. Phoenix is kind of adorable as a defendant. He's like the younger kid that you're like, man, that's bad for him. He's just bad luck. Got sucked into Dahlia. He was a pretty good defendant. Maya's a really good defendant because you really feel for her. The issue with her and why she's not S is because it happens too goddamn much. Like, stop. Edgeworth is like the perfect sort of, I don't want you to defend me. But then you defend him and he's like, thank you for defending me. Perfect. That's the perfect sort of character development you want there. Kind of like Van Zeek's. Powers was good. You like seeing his soft side, makes you feel for him. Larry's fucking obnoxious, but he's not the worst. So, I mean, he's C. Lana was really goddamn annoying. You understand why she's trying to protect her sister from learning what happened, but holy shit was she annoying. So C. Love Larry though. S tier, Maggie, because Maggie, it's pretty much established why Maggie is a defendant more than once, because she's the most unlucky person in the world. Maggie being the defendant is like the best part of both of those cases, because those cases are otherwise awful, but they like salvage those cases from being completely trash because you're defending Maggie and she's precious and you want her to be, you know what, fuck it, she's going there. So Max I thought was pretty good. Besides the creepy aspect of it, people are gonna have different opinions on that, I think, but he was still good. His like, he was still really good. His like personality shift was also very interesting, and it didn't happen right away. It took a while for that to happen, right? I think, unless I'm wrong about that. Wait, why is normal Phoenix here? If we have Kid Phoenix here. Oh, when he gets... Oh, I see. Okay, so this Phoenix is when he briefly gets accused of... Right, okay. That was actually... It made sense that they would do that, considering he was, you know, there and her partner and shit. He would be a suspect. But it was kind of boring. It's not annoying, though, like these two. So we'll put him... Whoops-a-doodle. We'll put him there. AJ Phoenix is here. Unguard, fantastic. Just the whole shift, his little play dumb act was amazing. Even though he ends up being a villain, it was amazing. Ronda Light, also awesome. He was precious. You really felt for him. Him trying to lie because he knew something you didn't know ahead of time was annoying, but at the same time, you're like, okay. That was actually kind of clever. Probably not as good as that. Oh man, this is rough. So, this guy has a lot going on. He's obviously mentally impaired, but he's also a pedophile, but he also kills himself because that's how devoted to the girl who manipulated him was. This is the toughest place in the entire list. It's kind of astonishing how you can make somebody who did something so obviously wrong, like you pity him. You really, really pity him. So I think we'll split the difference and put him in B then. Because if Dahlia, the thing is, if Dahlia was 18, he'd be up here. He'd be up here. As like super tragic, heart-wrenching. But she was like 15 or something. So it still kind of leaves a uncomfortable feeling in your stomach. Giga Chad! Best defendant in the game. I mean, he basically is the attorney at the end of that chapter. 14? Oh, even worse. Waki is the worst. God damn, this guy's annoying. His fucking fake-ass gangster attitude was obnoxious. It wasn't funny. It was more offensive than funny. he just was the worst person to talk to. Just the worst. Maki was okay. He's kind of annoying too. The twist was kind of interesting. That case sucked. The thing about Waki though is he's not actually the worst. He's the worst to talk to. But Zach Grammer is the worst. Not only does he just vanish on you, which you don't want a defendant vanishing on you, or a client vanishing on you. He vanishes on you and then leaves his daughter in your care. Well, yeah, that's the thing. And that's why he's not down here. Because you understand that the only reason he feels the way he does is because Dahlia is just this master fucking evil manipulator. For sure. I 100% agree. Vera was cute. I like that she talked to you a lot through her drawings, and the drawings were really cute. Probably here. K. Okay, Precious K. Precious lost her memory K. Was... My heart felt, like, clenched every time she talked and, like, would lose herself. Like, oh, no. No. Fantastic. Great way to do that. A great way. They're able to take a character that was established but make their perspective as being an accused fresh. Whereas they haven't been able to do that with Maya. They were able to do that with Kay. Instead of it being like exactly what you thought it would be, it turned out to be an entirely different experience. Amazing. That's actually a good point. I guess I do have to consider 152, in which she was good, but not as good. She's still probably up here. The reinvention of her character as an accused was amazing. So you did it. They did exactly what the problem was with Maya. They avoided that. When is Gumshoe accused? I honestly don't remember. Well, yeah, because I think you're right, because otherwise we'd have to put Maya on there multiple times and like rank them differently. So it wasn't really memorable. I know what cases you guys are talking about right now. But he wasn't really a memorable... Purely as a defendant, he wasn't really super memorable. He also wasn't bad either, though, and it is Gumshoe, so that keeps him higher. I'm gonna put him here. I don't really remember much about it. But again, it's Gumshoe, so anytime he's on the screen, it's delightful, so it's not low tier. What's her face? She was fine. Hair was awful, but I mean, in general, she was fine. I didn't think there was anything especially memorable about her besides her really, really, really poorly made suitcase. Oh, she was accused? That's right. She didn't end up being like the killer or whatever, but she was accused. I actually thought she was adorable. Like her mannerisms and stuff. Sucks what happened to her, but I thought she was pretty good. I found her to be entertaining. Francisca? That was in investigations as well, wasn't it? Because it wasn't 3-3 or 3-5. I mean, that case, I-1-5. I mean, her thing is that she was good because she kind of just held her own, right? Like, she don't need nobody defending her. $1-5. What? Oh, I-1-5. Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about Rise from the Ashes. So she was kind of sick in that way. But she also wasn't one for very long. So, like, here. I do remember that now. I fucking hate that case. It's not even really a terrible case overall. I just don't care for it. Courtney being accused was really interesting. Because she did not have the same type of resolve that Francisca did, which was mildly surprising. And that made her a really interesting defendant. Maybe just under Francisca then? Oh, Nicole, I loved Nicole Swift. This is my Venus of the investigation games. Not around for very long, but I loved everything about her. So she's probably higher than she deserves to be. But I absolutely loved her energy. She was Lana, except not annoying to me. She's actually like spicy without being obnoxious. Oh, I think well, I've always ranked Swift higher than Camille. Wait, Camille? I'm thinking of Camille. Oh, you added the investigation guys too. Yeah, Camille. Yeah, I always ranked Swift higher than her. So I'd say she more so fits it. Simon was great. Very similar to Unguard, except he was deeper as a character. I think we're putting him here. He was fantastic. He was awesome. That whole, like, you get the first one, and now again, full disclosure, me making him Tommy Wiseau in the first part probably amplified him a little bit to me because I thought that was amusing. I amused myself there. But then even what happens later was really, really good. Yeah, I played AAI too. A while ago. Well, it was before Chronicles 1. Masters. Oh man, you feel for Masters. Masters was such a good dude. His hair fucking just turns white. The problem with Masters is that all he has is kind of the downtrodden, oh, I'm so sorry, my name is Masters and I never did anything wrong, but I'm gonna be here and be a good person anyways. Whereas like every one of these other people on here are very dynamic, except arguably Maggie, but even Maggie like has shifts in how she's like approaching, like how she's reacting at the time. Your stream? Oh, didn't you stream like Zelda or something? But yeah, he's still high tier, just a little below like the more dynamic characters. Fuck, what's her name? Masters, like little sister / daughter surrogate. She was great. I loved her character a lot. I honestly thought she did it for a while, and she did do something. She did do something. It's not as horrible as I thought it was. Catherine Hall. I actually think that makes her a little more dynamic than Masters, so we're gonna put her here. I really enjoyed her because, like, I thought she did it. I'm like, Well, then why'd you stream it if it was infuriating? Ryu's an interesting defendant because you defend yourself. Which attorneys have very much a similar saying that doctors do. The person who operates on himself has a fool for a doctor. The person who defends themselves is a fool of an attorney. But obviously it works out a little different here. It's Cosmo with you too. I liked the introduction, even if I didn't like the case all that much. The introduction to his character was really good. So, well, I'll say like here. I'm not sure it's as good as the Edgeworth, defending Edgeworth, but, or even Van Zeeks, who I think is like similar to Edgeworth. God fucking damn it! I thought I'd not dealing with this problem anymore. Van Zeeks was the only thing I can say bad about him being a defendant is that it was almost too much like Edgeworth, but it was done just differently enough that it was a great experience. I don't think I've ever heard that dungeon music. Yes, very similar to Maya, and then when you meet Emma in 1.5. Like, Emma distinguishes, she plays the Maya role, but she distinguishes herself enough where she's still great in her own right. The Gilded, oh my god! I fucking love. The McGilded case is everything that's true, but you also hate about being an attorney. And so even though I should despise that, I love the fact that the game actually gave you a taste of that. He's awful. He's awful. As far as you know, he didn't do it. So you had to defend him. That's just the way it is. That's our ethical dilemma. It's not even, it shouldn't be a dilemma. That's just what we have to do. He was very interesting in that you knew he was kind of shady, but you still weren't sure if he actually did it because he had enough plausible deniability. Loved his design. The interactions with him I thought were really good. You get to see like his very calm and charismatic side, but also his like infuriated side. Gina was also precious as a defendant. I guess she technically got accused twice, right? I wanted nothing more than to make sure that Gina got off scot-free, or as much scot-free as possible when all that happened. Just, you wanted to defend her and have her life get better. She was just so... And she gets all sad and you're just like, man. Iris comes to her defense and you're like, man. Everything about that makes the she is like the perfect defendant that you want. That you feel like you want to stop at nothing to make sure she's acquitted. Where he's great because he is simply a defendant you might be likely to get at some point. Was Oracle of the Ages from, was that Game Boy? Or was that Game Boy Advance? Soseki, bad. Annoying, just absolutely fucking annoying. He was, again, He was fine initially. I was fine with him for like the first half of the first case he's in. And then after that, he's just god awful. He's not entertaining. He's not funny. He just... I cringe when I look at him. Much better as a witness. Much better as a witness. Even as shaky witness, he's better than shaky defendant. Ray, I loved Ray. Here. Her friendship with Susato was great. It made her really entertaining. You could tell she had her own brand of spunk to her, which I wasn't expecting at first. I thought she'd be very demure, like stereotypical Japanese woman of that time, but she wasn't. I thought she was... I loved her energy. Hairbrain. Also loved Hairbrain. I based his... Like, he reminded me a lot of a early English Maurice Moss. I loved his design. His interactions with Barrick were really funny and added a lot of intrigue to his character and his depth to both of their characters, which was great. You felt really sorry for the guy because he was willing to go down just so that he could protect his legacy, which was that's crazy to most people. But to other people, their legacy is more important to them than their life. But then the emotion you feel when he gets off, you're really happy for him. He's really happy. Just has a good energy to him. Even when he's like on the other side of it, where he's like, just make me guilty. So yeah, that's defendants and the accused. And again, I'm gonna... One other thing here. When we're discussing the defendants and the accused, we're talking about their characterization just as they were when they were in the role of being a defendant or an accused. Nothing, we're not really talking about outside of that in so much as I can. Just there's gonna be some characters where I have difficulty like differentiating, but I'm trying to focus as much as I can on how they were in their role as accused / defendant. Perfection. It was. He sucks. Why won't this... There we go. Alright, this is the abridged. This is Trigger Happy Havoc abridged tier list. So how these characters are personified in the abridged series. So, and we only got to through the end of the Celeste trial, so keep that in mind when we're looking at this, because that's when production on that project stopped. Okay, so Best is only going to have one, Worst is only going to have one. In between, I'll have the... Actually, you know what? I'm going to change this to good. It seems a little better than alright. Alright's more of the meh. And then we'll make this bad. That's more of a... Because otherwise, I think we'd have to add a couple more tiers. Okay. Aoi was good. I thought the donut shtick was hilarious, personally. I thought the voice in general was very appropriate. And she was really funny. the way they wrote her, I thought was really good. Byakuya, the esteemed Byakuya Tugami, I thought was also done very funny. It seems like that would be a character that you could do really lazily because that trope is done very often, but I thought they did a, not best level, but I think they did a good job with him. Celeste was also good with the whole demonic thing to her too. It acknowledges their like secret love that they probably had for each other initially. Just funny. Her breakdown was also done very well, I think. But yeah, Celeste was done a lot better here than she ever was done in the game. Chiaki was meh. Most of the things that were good about Chiaki in the Abridged were about jokes about him. That one joke I really liked. He's male, but she's not sure. But Kyoko wasn't sure if he identified as male or female, so they are. I thought I wasn't expecting that. That was really good. So Chihiro wasn't bad, but he wasn't good either, because his actual like presentation was there wasn't much of it, and you didn't really get the same like push for their character that you did in the actual game. What the fuck, CJ? At what point did it become acceptable for you to speak to me? Oh, that's so good. Toko and wait, are they? They're okay. They are separated. I really liked her Jack. Her Jack was awesome. Just similarly to how it was in the game. Just so jarring of a difference and pretty funny. With the general dialogue. And it really the voice that was provided really fit the crazed face. Why can't I remember his name all of a sudden? Fuck, what's his name? Fanfiction guy. God damn it. Hifumi, I thought was actually pretty good. Not a fan of his character in the game, but I thought the abridged version of him was pretty humorous. Also, you always get bonus points for quoting Metal Gear Awesome, which he did. Quoted Otacon in Metal Gear Awesome. It's just like one of my Japanese animes. Wow. Chef's kiss. So Junko, there wasn't really much of Junko. You don't see Junko, in fact, so it's just Monokuma. I did not like Monokuma's voice. I thought it was more obnoxious than anything. Whereas I didn't find Monokuma's voice in the original game to be obnoxious, despite the kiddish nature to it. Monokuma was also funny, but it also seems like it was like a meta thing where they're kind of like at points like admitting to him just being lazy. But the problem was that I thought that just came off as lazy, personally. If that makes any sense. I just wasn't a fan of it personally. He has some funny lines, but the voice, I think, really hurts it. I wasn't a fan of the voice. Taka was great. We won't have this in a school environment. This school environment is it's not. The only problem was that they burned that joke too early. I'm like, even at the beginning, I'm like, oh, they have to build to this. And even though it was predictable, I still loved it. This good tier is welcome, very much welcome to the school environment. Just absolutely fantastic. Again, another character that I did not care for all that much in the game. Like, he was fine, but I was like, eh. where I really liked that when were doing the bro down stuff with Mondo, that we'll get to in a bit. Yeah, that was just all done really well. Wait. Oh yeah, he's right there. Okay. Kyoko was also good. It really played up her, like, how arrogant she probably should have been if I were her in that situation where she just knew everything and everybody else was being stupid, and she's just sitting there like, oh, why is everybody stupid? And then surprised by Makoto eventually, like, oh, okay. I'm honestly getting a little bit of aroused here. I played it in English, but this is the voice for the abridged series, not the game. Leon was fine. He was fine. Didn't really hit me one way or the other. It did what they were supposed to do, but not really anything more than that. Thought Makoto was good. A lot of hot one-liners. And probably I think did a really good job of internalizing a lot of thoughts Makoto probably had, but we were not ever given. His Google search history was hysterical. Wasn't it one like Sayaka wearing socks, I guess, or something like that? I voted in that. I said I'd rather have 100k Prima Gems. That was my vote. Because at first I was like, I don't know. Like Resin, I can get anything I want whenever I want, level up, whatever. But Prima Gems actually give what I like the most about the game, which is the characters. Mondo was also done really well. He actually came off as a little less of he was a jerk, but a little, maybe more of a self-aware jerk, and that's why he was better. So I thought he was really good. And again, the stuff with Taka was, I thought, really good. Junko was fine. Junko was Mukuro as Junko was basically the same character she was in the actual game / anime. So it was fine, but it wasn't anything like. And they're the same. That's Sakura. She was also fine. She was a little disappointing. They didn't give her a ton of personality. And maybe that's because for them, like, her time was coming after where they stopped. But yeah, she didn't really... She didn't really leave an impression. But that's purely, they stopped after chapter 3, so this is just what it is at this point. Sayaka was horrible. To me, the way they personified her didn't make any sense. It was just kind of something they just kind of tacked onto her. The voice itself was good, and I thought fit her, but the personality was bad. It just didn't make any sense. That got old really fast. When you stopped and thought to yourself and were like, why? Toko was fine. Again, I don't think she was kind of like a mixture of Junko, Mukuro, and Leon in that she was kind of just how she was in the anime. It wasn't really too much of a difference, and she played her part fine. She did what she was supposed to do. Now this one's interesting. Okay, so we have a bit of a conundrum here. The way they treat Hiro is awesome. And his voice acting in getting abused is great. The problem is that he still sucks, and they didn't really enhance that at all. They just added punishment to him. But the bigger problem is that because it's mostly abuse to him, a lot of the good stuff is about what other people do to him as opposed to what he does. So I'm honestly not sure where that should leave him. I see him here. Because if that's it, because if I rank him the same way I'm ranking Chiaki, then it has to be meh. For that reason. Because with Chiaki, it was more about what they did to Chiaki, as opposed to, like, Chiaki himself. Chiaki. Why do I keep saying Chiaki? Chihiro. Fucking Chihiro.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
God damn it. Sayaka's the worst. Just awful. I don't think there was really any inspiration behind the way that she was characterized. I think it was just bad. Best.
Congratulations!
Probably between these three. This is tough. This is tough. All these three were absolutely fantastic every time they were on the screen and talking. Well, but that's the thing, is that if you don't make if you make something that's simply a production of its time, in retrospect, it's not gonna look that good. If something isn't classically good, then it's not classically good. Each of these have the problem of being very one-dimensional, but it's a really funny dimension. I'm gonna give it... Oh, God damn it. Who is fucking... Jesus. Not even work stuff. Just stop texting me. I'm gonna give it to Taka because I was very impressed by how they got me to suddenly really like a character I didn't care for before. I already liked both of these characters a lot. Probably like this. This. Probably like this. Ranked. Probably like that. It's probably how I'd rank them within their tiers too. So I mean, I should note, far be it from me to criticize voice actors, actresses that have far more experience, i.e. any experience, doing this sort of thing writing this sort of thing than I do. I know this is really, really tough to do what they did and put on such an entertaining product on their own in their spare time. But this is just the way I enjoyed or did not enjoy it. Obviously, many more hits than misses. I thought there was another list too where I didn't have him in F, but I can't remember what it was. It was like a specialty list, I think. I honestly don't remember where I put him in Husbandos. Yep, and I stand by that. I stand by that. Those are all lore. All right, so I'm gonna do the investigations 1 and 2 tier list. We might not get to the villain tier list today. We might have to do that another time. It's getting kind of late since I started late too. My fucking wall that fell. All right, so because this has an issue where this sort of happened in Apollo Justice 2. This does take into consideration their personality from prior games, their characteristics, because it has to, because these characters are built upon the foundation that had been laid for them earlier. These, you know, so we're talking, for example, Von Karma. Von Karma doesn't really have as much to do with this game, with these games, as he has in prior games. He's there, but like his I guess we'll just start with him as an example of this. So his presentation here isn't as amusing. It's amusing. You get the double point. Damn it. You get the double point, which was epic. But he's still not as great as he was in 1-4. But that's still part of Von Karma. So it's hard to divorce the two. So he's still probably S. It was actually really interesting to go against him in an investigation. I didn't think we'd do that, so that was a nice surprise. And I thought it was, he was actually a lot more competent as an attorney in the investigations part than he was as a prosecutor in the courtroom. So yeah, I really liked his appearances. I thought they used his character well, and it was nice to get that additional backstory. Gumshoe's great, as he always is. He plays the same role in all the games, but it's a great role, and he does it really well. He's that earnest, fun-loving detective, and you get to see him be that earnest, fun-loving detective with other characters, which gives you slightly different interactions. Like the difference between him interacting with Maya and him, say, interacting with Kay. They're a bit different because Maya and Kay are different characters. So he's still great. Frank Soet's character was actually not terrible in the prison. I kind of enjoyed his character. I thought he adding the dimension of like he's still doing what he was doing before, but he seems to have gotten a little better at it. At pretending to be a good guy was interesting. So we're gonna put him in C. He wasn't around that long. But I far more enjoyed him as a prisoner as opposed to the defendant accused. The judge isn't as bad as he normally was. I still hate him. Absolutely hate him. And he was still bad. He just wasn't as bad. But I'm not sure that's good enough to dig him out of F tier. He was still, like, embarrassing as a judge in his brief time in these games. No, I'm gonna put him here. I did enjoy his character. Larry was okay. He's pretty much the same as he is in the prior games, but his interactions, I guess one thing that made it more tolerable is that Edgeworth's interactions with him are more what I would do than Phoenix's, who just kind of like, Phoenix doesn't really do anything to reel him in, whereas like Edgeworth fucking goes ham on him, and it's hilarious. So I think that actually added to his character, that Edgeworth would call him out on being a fucking moron, whereas Phoenix would just internalize it. So I think he ranks higher here than he would have in the other games. I forget his name. He's annoying. He's always annoying. He was annoying before. He's annoying now. I don't think he really added. I don't think his addition to the I forget what chapter is, the Western World or whatever, that amusement park. I don't think his addition to that chapter did anything other than, oh, it's that guy. Like, if you want to bring back a character, you want them, like, saw it. There was a reason he was brought back, because he fit the way they wanted to portray that character perfectly. This character could have been filled in by another generic officer and it wouldn't have done anything different. Meekins, yeah. I don't like Meekins. I've never liked his characterization. I don't think they did anything particularly interesting with this character. Pain was where was Pain? I know he was in the game, but I can't remember where he was. Was he in the courtroom? So yeah, he's there, but not really. I don't even remember him in the first case of the second game. So he's well, I'll say this for him: his presence was better than Meekins, because at least you go, it's Pain. I didn't do that for Meekins. Powers. I don't remember Powers either. He was in the second game, wasn't he? When did we talk to? Oh, it was during the set. When we were on set, right? Wasn't he friends with the kid? Courtney's kid? Yeah, which he was good. He filled that role fine. Actually, you looked at him and you're like, ah, it makes sense he'd be kind of, you know, try to be nice to the kid as an older, you know, whatever. See, he basically played the Will Powers role pretty well. Edgeworth, Giga Chad. Just a Giga Chad. Even better in these games than he was in the other games. It's like you got what you got with him in 3.5, which was the greatest defense attorney experience of your life. And then got to do that for 2 whole games as an investigator. Shelly was kind of scary. I thought he was really good. While also still keeping the bit of humor to his character with like the ice cream cone and shit. And like also kind of this like weird guiding force. I thought I didn't expect them to be able to do that much with Shelly. Well, that's the thing. I don't think he was that scary in Justice for All. I was like, oh, his design's weird. Kind of creepy, but that's it. He was like, I think he was kind of legit scary here. The ambassador guy from 1.5. He's one of the good parts of 1.5. I did like him. I almost thought he was so nice that he was suspiciously nice at first, but it turned out he was just a good dude who liked his job. I thought he played that role like how you should be playing ambassador really well. This guy, I hate his design, but holy shit, was he kind of a badass. I thought at the time that he made the biggest dick move. Like, that was a monstrous dick move. Like, just flopped his gigantic dick all over Edgeworth. When he's like, oh, I bought it. And you're like, oh! Well, now it didn't ultimately work, but oh my god, do I give this guy credit. He was a really good villain. Just really good. In fact, I thought he was really good. And I thought the setup initially was good too, because like there was a background between the characters, so you thought, oh, he's believably good because they seem to have a relationship. And then it turns out, well, yeah, he's just a douchebag. Yeah, I never remember this guy's name. He was okay as the defendant, so to speak, in the first case. I liked his design. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put him up here. His arrogance is really good as like a young, cocky guy who needs to be put in his place, and we do. He was good. Culprit. That's the best way to put it. This guy was. The only thing I could say about him is if they meant to make him just a sniveling little bitch, they did a great job. Because it was painful when he was on the screen. So he fulfilled his role, but holy shit did I hate his role. It's like, oh god. Can we get past him already? Lance. Yeah, what's his face's father? Quercus Alba. Absolutely goddamn terrible. This character could have been so much more, but this is a prime example of how not to have a character, an end boss, fight back. Because most of what he did was padding. They were incredibly nonsensical and stupid arguments. And it got to the point where it just wasn't any fun, and it ruined his character. For this game, yeah. Don't worry, once we hit Dual Destinies, the judge will find himself below. But I had a far worse experience with Alba than I did with Udgy. Like, just god awful. Obviously, they learned from their mistakes because I guess we'll just go to Blaze right now. Where the fuck is he? Blaze was done a lot better. Like, they could have had Alba done similar to Blaze, not as well, because Blaze's string throughout everything that happened was a little more tangible, and so he seemed like a greater end boss. But most of what he did, it made sense. We're like, hey, that's the same thing I would do. Same thing I would do. And it didn't get annoying. And it could be that because there was some legitimacy behind his position and stuff like that, but so you could tell that he knew what he was doing. But these are just the two opposite ends of the spectrum on what to do with end bosses. Well, like I said, once we get back to Dual Destinies and I engage with the judge more, he's gonna be at the bottom. I just didn't engage with him enough in this game to, like, if we're talking about at the end of Investigations 2, what do I remember more? Actually, I still remember Udgy being terrible in this. But no, I think we still emphasize the investigation games, in which case, Alba's just the fucking worst. Wolfgang. Lang was really good. I did not like him initially, but he grew on me. Mostly because his initial approach to things was really... They were ridiculous. They were ridiculous. But you really start to appreciate his character. Probably here. Oh, his relationship develops with Edris really good. Be like that. Correct. We're prioritizing these games as to attempt to distinguish the list from it just being a full Ace Attorney list. Oh, Detective Bad. What a fucking great character. That guy, this guy. He's got the candy thing, which kind of adds a little soft side to him, which is really, really nice. Really good at his job. He was super intimidating while also not being a bad dude, although he was a third of the Yatsugarasu, which I did not see coming. Did not see that coming. So there was unpredictability behind his character too. I loved when he was on screen. Also, apparently he can take anti-tank missiles because those holes in his jacket were not made by normal bullets. Fuck this guy. I hate looking at him. His character was goddamn annoying. I just wanted that to be over with as soon as possible. Ugh. Oof. Bad. Bad. Gustavia is an awful person, but he actually made a pretty good villain because of how awful he was. Holy shit, do you get to that part? You're like, wow. I want to murder him myself. I want to murder him myself. And that's a villain done right. He didn't have enough dynamics. He wasn't dynamic enough to put, like, up here, I don't think. But for what he was, I thought it was done really well. All right, later, Techie. The only reason he's below that buying the horror house, Woo! The fake president was actually pretty interesting in how that all went down. That's not the turn I expected it to take. And then with him dying, I liked how they portrayed this character. It wasn't amazing, but I thought it was pretty good. We'll put him there. He plays the actual president really well, but then when he goes into his mode, it's also like, that's amusing. He suddenly turns into that sniveling, like, I just want to hold on to power as much as possible. Gregory Edgeworth, Giga Chad. He's awesome. He's got this really dry sense of humor that I love, even when he's not trying to be funny. He was super confident. His design is awesome. Just, wow. Fantastic character. I was not a huge fan of Knightley. I thought he was more annoying than anything. I didn't find him to be... I think part of the issue is that because of how good Shelley was, it almost delegitimized his character to me, where he never seemed intimidating. I'm not a fan of his design. He seemed kind of generic to me. There is nothing knightly about Knightley except for his design with like the brace and stuff. Otherwise, he's not really that distinguishable from other villains in terms of like his personality. Even the backstory didn't really add much for him. But he also served his purpose. He served his purpose in the story, so it wasn't like bad. He didn't really impress me. This guy was kind of amusing. Amusing enough to keep in C. Like that boxer guy in prison. He was kind of intimidating. Even though he, in theory, he shouldn't be able to hurt you. He's kind of intimidating. So I give him credit for that, even though there wasn't really much to him other than that. Masters, going back to what we were talking about before, as a convict, wrongfully convicted. He was great. I really liked him. He's probably like here. Yeah, might be there. He's just such a good dude. You feel so sorry for him. It's just, he's the type of guy you want to be. Like, man, I wish I could be like, except not in prison. His characterization being this really big dude with like this like great singing voice was awesome too. And he also creates amazing confections. I liked everything about Master's character. His only downside is that the character itself doesn't really ever... He's the same. But interestingly, I think that's part of the point, is that even after everything that happened to him, it was important to still show that he was the same, because that's just the kind of guy that he was. He didn't let prison break him, besides the white hair. So that's kind of a double-edged sword. Courtney's son, the kid, he was okay. He was an annoying kid character, but he was also a little more interesting than your standard annoying kid character, because he's like also playing this sort of adult role, which adds a different type of dynamic to his attitude. So yeah, I liked him. He's still annoying, so it keeps him from being like A or S, but I thought he was still done well. God. I kind of fear this one. I really do like his character. Really do like his character. I love his design. I love how chill he is. Going back to see what he was like when he was younger was a good way to show from how he got from A to B in the change. He's also a creep. He's a fucking creep. He's still an enjoyable character, though. I got the distinct impression that he particularly liked to hug girls that he thought were pretty. I hope they do too. But I did like his character. If you cut that part out, which I think that's the thing. I think you can cut that part out and it doesn't hurt his character. It doesn't somehow make him a different character. And that's the thing. I should say too, you can make a flirt character without them being super creepy. It's been done before. Just stay away from the want for physical contact. As we've seen characters where they're like, oh, and who is this beautiful young lady? And they're like 15, so they're just meant to flatter the young girl. Like, oh my God. So they have like a crush on him or whatever. But you know they don't have any actual like serious attraction to the character. But once you start trying to add physical contact, that's when you can't overlook it anymore. I mean, hey, Roland got them DSLs. She's in my fuck list or smash list, so she's the same as when he would do it to Courtney, for example. So I like his character, but I want to make clear that he would be more up here. He'd probably be like here if not for the creepiness. That creepiness is a real problem. That's not the character I was thinking of, but that's a very good example. Yeah. It's like, yeah, Claver. I mean, fuck. Isn't there another Ace Attorney character that kind of has that same vibe to him? Who am I thinking of? Godot's kind of like that. His is more just you treat all ladies with respect because you're a man, sort of thing. Cowboy Guy was like that. I thought he would always compliment Emma, but in a way that was done very respectfully, and it didn't actually imply any romantic interest. Yeah, Marshall. It didn't happen often, but it happened. Sebastian had some really good character growth, because I hated him for a long time. And not just hated him because he was supposed to be annoying, I didn't like the way he was annoying. It wasn't entertaining to me. It was more of a nuisance than anything. But they really did. But when you have that sort of character development for him, it sort of redeems it in a way where you're like, it's not bad that you were so unlikable before, because it makes you that much more likable when you turn it around. So probably, I don't know if I like him or Blaze more. I think I like Blaze a little more though. I do like his whole maestro like character design thing. I did like that. I don't remember when I chose that, but that sounds great. Well, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. It's fine if I'm supposed to dislike him, because that's Blaze. You're not supposed to like Blaze. You're supposed to dislike Blaze. But Sebastian was done in a way that not only did I dislike him, I actively did not enjoy him being on screen. I enjoyed Blaze being Blaze on screen. That's the distinction I'm trying to make here. But again, character development was fantastic and really did a lot for his character overall. It made him a great character. Simon was absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to put him all the way up here. I did not expect that shit to happen. I already liked him as a defendant. I thought he was very amusing. And then all that backstory and him becoming who he was. Oh my God. Woo. Oh my God. And that's how you do a final boss you never expect. Yeah, Blaze was incredibly intelligent. He'd make the big brain moves. Just, again, too arrogant for his own good. Hey, boss, I'm just doing Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2. What's the blind assassin guy? He was great. His whole characterization with like the hound and shit, he was Shelly, except I was kind of more frightened of the blind guy. I fully expect he could kill me from prison. Yep. Wouldn't surprise me. See his dog and I'm like, well, that seems about right. He was great. I thought his characterization was fantastic. For an old blind guy, you were just like, oh my God. This guy's intimidating. And even when you like beat him, it's like, you don't really beat him. Which is great. That's why that kind of helped, because he was already in prison, but he was already had like the life of luxury in prison. So like, even when you beat him, it didn't really matter to him. He's like, okay, I just stay here, I guess. Final scene with him and Shelly. Yes, absolutely. They, this I think was this is some of the best assassin characterization I've ever seen in, I'll just say anime in general. Like anime style stories and stuff like that. I was gonna say visual novels, but just like anime in general. The only reason these two aren't, this guy isn't higher is because, well, actually, you know what? Fuck. You know what? I'm putting him higher. I really liked him. I really, really liked him. He should be an S tier. He was a great character. I was like, well, these two didn't really get a ton of time, but I'm like, they got enough time to establish themselves as great integral characters. They had a lot to do behind the scenes too, which you can really appreciate. Little Emma was great. I love little Emma. Always enjoy Emma's character, regardless of where she is. I don't really have anything else to say about Emma that I haven't already said. She's got great energy. Just the way her dialogue plays out in my head with the voice that I give her, it's just like, for me, it paints a picture of a girl where you're like, oh, I want you to succeed. When she's in her young form. When she's in her older form, it's even funnier because she's like super cynical because she didn't succeed. I loved her the design edition that they had with the little newsboy. She's always helpful. I really like Emma's character. Wait, I thought she was just a cameo. Did we have a lot of somewhere else other than a cameo? Oh, she was Swift's mentor. She was fine in that role. I thought she was actually pretty good. She wasn't around enough to be annoying, which is good, because that's kind of the problem with the trilogy is they oversaturated you with her a bit. But I actually thought she was pretty good in her role here. Made her a little less. They toned her down a little bit in the. That was the skyscraper case, right? Yeah, so you were talking to her in that storage room or whatever. Yeah, I was pretty pleased with the way Lana was used. Penny is Penny. She serves her role. She was a little less interesting in this one than she was in I thought in 1-3. But she was fine. It was nice to see that she got promoted. She's obviously hardworking. Just put her there. Francisca, another fantastic character. Every time she came around, it was super exciting. Even though she was never around as a prosecutor per se, she was always in what's the agency? What's the secret intelligence agency that she was doing work for? Like, that was awesome. That she'd be a part of that. So it kind of elevated her prestige even more. Interpol, thank you. Old Bag was honestly not as annoying as she has been in the past. She was fine. I hated that we had to interact with her, but once we did, it really wasn't all that bad. So I'm gonna put her here. I'm gonna give her some credit. It was a little better with her being the Badger or whatever. Wasn't that? She was fine. She's still Old Bag, so she's still a little annoying, but not as annoying as she had been in the past. Regina, she didn't really change all that much, but at least she didn't have like this weird creepy love triangle thing going on, so that made her seem a little less like annoying, I guess. So she was fine. Like, you had her there to sort of legitimize Simon's character as one of the circus members, which it did. You're like, oh, he's there with Regina, so he obviously must be kind of a big deal. That's the daughter of the former ringmaster, blah, 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 blah. Objection, go away. I loved you. I loved her. I loved her whole, like, she laughed at everything that was ridiculous about the characters, and that was amazing. Somebody finally was like, do you really talk like that? That's fucking hysterical. She was great. And then she did her role as the quiet sort of force next to Lang. She's another character that I probably like more than most people did. But I really enjoyed Yu's character. And it was kind of interesting that, like, she had this really good sense of humor, but she was still a psychopath. She'd take up all these identities and stuff. Like, it was a really interesting dynamic. Not your average psychopath. Yeah, I'm counting Sheena with you, since it's her just in disguise. Horrible design, but great character development. I hate Blaze's design. He doesn't really have good character development, though. He's just kind of a good character. Goggles over the eyes? The fuck are you? Underwater? What the fuck are you doing? I can't think of one that has bad design that had good character development. I guess that's the problem. Like, actual character development. I'd have to go back and look. There's so many characters I don't really know off the top of my head. Because it normally is, their design is usually a pretty big factor. Normally you won't see me put people higher. It happens, but I won't put people higher that I don't like their design, except for Blaze. Again, Blaze is the biggest example on this particular list. But he didn't have character development. He was always just kind of an asshole. I liked Cammy Meal. I thought she was really funny. She's the only part of that case that I liked. She's probably somebody that I like more than most people, because I know a lot of people just despise everything about that case. I thought she was super funny, though, how she just played the dumb bimbo, but really she was like this evil person. Oh man, I like that, because I did not expect that from her initially, especially when she's like aiding you in the investigation. There's something about her design that just fits her, like her face, like the way her eyes are all like half open. It just fit her so fucking well. Kay is awesome. I was like, there's no way they're gonna make another companion character that's amazing, right? You already have Emma, you already have Maya, like you have Trucy. There's no fucking way. Kay. Kay is such a fun character. Then she has her tragedy with her. Kay is a great example of why Ace Attorney is so good at making companion characters, because they have some similarities that kind of connect them all, but she's still different in that it gives you, she's somebody who's energetic. Maya's energetic. Emma's energetic. Trucy's energetic. But they're all a different type of energetic. They all bring something unique to the table that makes them really good. I love her character design. Her personality as the ethical thief was cool. Correct. Or Bennett, for example. You can even cock it to the side. If you have you don't, one does not simply wear goggles correctly. Yeah, Kay's great. And then you have the tragedy with her, like losing her memory and stuff. She's so good. Put Gregory. I think I like all three of these more because they get more screen time than Gregory, and they're just as enjoyable. Gregory just has a presence coming in as Giga Chad that you've been waiting to see since the first game. I never remember her name, but I liked her design and I liked her part. You felt really bad for her. Especially since she's dating this stupid motherfucker. This guy betrayed her. Like, are you kidding me? But yeah, I liked her. She was fine. Her design's awful. Everything about her hair is terrible. I don't like bangs like that. And I don't know what the fuck she's got going on behind her head. That seems impossible without like some sort of instrument. But there was nothing interesting about her. She was very bleh. Her whole thing was, oh, I made this really ugly suitcase. Okay, you're fine. You played your role, I guess, but that's the best I can say about you. The old granny doctor was also okay. I thought her design was good for an old granny doctor. They didn't just like kind of go with a knockoff of Old Bag. The problem is that she doesn't. It's more her daughter, or is it her daughter? That's the nurse. It's more her daughter that has sort of a personality to her. She kind of does. She plays off of the personality because she's like hit with the cane and stuff. But like she's the mouthpiece, so she gets more of the credit for like the personality than the old woman does. But the old woman still had something. Granddaughter. I guess that's what being a doctor does to you. Fuck, what's her name? I'm so bad with names. The pastry chef that isn't really a pastry chef, but is kind of adorable. She was awesome. I really liked her character. She was kind of precious. Delisha. I know it was something with a D. Fucking, ugh. But I want to say Delilah, but I'm like, no, that's not right. She was awesome. I really liked her character. Like here? Maybe even like here? Her personality was really fun. And then you get the backstory and you're like, holy shit, really? Put both of those words together that you just tried to spell. Yeah, that's correct. You just take the F, you make it a PH. That's true. She liked where she was at like age 16 and decided this is the way I want to stay for the rest of my life. So she's some alchemy pharmacist. Courtney was the type of annoying done right, unlike Sebastian initially. I hated Courtney, but in the good way that makes you like, I just want to take her down. Like, I want to argue with her because I want to shut her mouth. Whereas Sebastian, I just wanted to go away. And then you get her character development, and she was really good. Actually, Possum, you know, she's kind of close to that, but the problem is that I really like half her design. I just hate her hair. But the rest of her design's awesome, so it doesn't, not really. But yeah, I thought Courtney was done really well. She was that person that I wanted to defeat from day one, and then you ended up liking her in the end. So they did a good job with that. She was competent. She bent the rules in ways that would really grind your gears. Like, she knew exactly which buttons to press on me. That's impressive. She is attractive. She's hot even with that terrible hair. And then you get a relationship with the kid, which really adds something. It was always there, but it's a dimension that you finally get to see. So yeah, I really liked Courtney's character. Terrible judge. Terrible judge. But we come to find that wasn't her being a judge is not what defines her character. Like Udgy. Him being a judge is what defines his character. Courtney's character is way more than just being a judge. And that's why, despite her being a fucking terrible judge, we can overlook the rest. All right, now here's the granddaughter. I liked her a lot. I thought she was super fun. Her interactions with her grandmother. I liked her little cutesy character design. Makes her seem like she was supposed to just be a simple person, but really she wasn't. She had her own secrets. I liked her a fair bit. She isn't really dynamic or anything. She's kind of a one-trick pony, but that one trick was pretty good. Was her name Karen? Oh, good lord. I see that you misunderestimated me. Well, wouldn't it be Karin then? Not Karine? The first syllable would also be different. Yes, Trep, it's an Arrested Development joke. Where there's supposedly a battle, they think they're having a battle of wits, but really they both look incredibly stupid. Yeah, I liked her. She wasn't great by any means, but I liked her. They do have funny bits. Catherine Hall. I love Catherine. I actually found her devotion to, like, helping Master, even all those years down the line, be endearing. Even though she went about it the wrong way. She's beautiful. She is a character that it was kind of hard for me to take my eyes off her. She's fucking gorgeous. It was kind of interesting to see, like, the subtle character changes that happened with her over those years. We did Catherine as an accused. Oh, it's a hefty S tier when you have a lot of good characters, a lot of great characters. I think I'll put her here. Between these two. I really, really liked her character. Nicole! Again. I like Nicole more than anyone, and that's okay. I love her design. It's so cool. It's like I wish they would have used her from Lotta's spot from the beginning. I wish they go back to the first Ace Attorney game, remove Lotta from everything, and put Nicole in there instead. I like her feistiness, and she's even though she's feisty, she's less annoying than Lotta too. I don't know. I kind of like that scrappy attitude. Oh yeah, she's flawless. She's flawless, dude. Catherine's flawless too. I don't think Halucha likes Swift as much as I do. But that's okay. I know that Cammy and Swift are probably two people that I love way more than I should. I'm really tempted to put Swift up here, but I'm going to try to be reasonable. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. She's in there more than Master is. Boom. I'm also going to move Sebastian up a little bit now that I've seen sort of the rest of the characters I have around him. Yeah, I like him there. Fuck it. Fuck it. It reminds you of bad DMV coworkers. Okay, that's fair. If I worked at the DMV as you had, maybe I would feel the same way. Roland was a good character. I thought she played her part well. Like, I thought the character sold the betrayal of herself well in the grand scheme of things about like how Blaze betrayed her and how she came off initially as, I thought she was just this really nice person initially. I liked her design. The wolf around her neck's a really interesting like take on, well, but it's not really a fur. You know, it's not really murder because it's actually alive. It just likes being around my neck. I really enjoyed her design. I thought she did well in her role too. The only flaws I can really say about her is that there were some interactions and when you were like cornering her that seemed really, they were more grating than interesting. At the same time, you understood it. It's just you wish it could have been done a little better. Actually, no, I'm gonna put her above. I think she's a more substantial character than Cammy, so I'm gonna put her up there. She was really good. I thought Roland was a surprisingly good character. I wasn't expecting much from her, and she ended up being pretty good. It's not just the design that I love about Nicole, though. If she had a shit personality, her design could only get her probably so far as, like, high B, maybe. But I really liked Nicole. She has a passion that I wish I had about my job. I'm envious in that way. She was kind of fearless. Edgeworth's still my favorite Ace Attorney character over Sholmes. We've just experienced so much with Edgeworth. He's so good. He's so good. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this list. This seems... Some lists I do and I'm like, something seems a little off. But this feels pretty good. This feels pretty good. Can I do that? Well, I guess some of them aren't. That would be really interesting. That'd probably be pretty fun, too. Right. The character wasn't, though. That's my main concern. Which still creates problems, but maybe... No, I guess I wouldn't need... Yeah, no, that probably would be fine. You're right. No, I'd voice Lestrade like I would, Gregson. I mean, no, it could be Gina, and we just changed the gender in the book so that it's a girl now. Because, like, Watson can't be Wilson, because I never gave Wilson... Well, I guess it could be. I just never gave Wilson a voice. Oh, Gregson is a canon character? I don't think I knew that. Or somebody might have mentioned it before, but I forgot. Okay, so Gregson's... Okay, so then no. Yeah, we would just make Gina a girl. Or Lestrade a girl. Well, right. But... It is Mikotoba, but it's also not at the same time, right? Because it's like Wilson's supposed to be like the decoy Watson, almost. But yeah, it would have to be like Mikotoba. I'm gonna be honest with you. there is one very big disappointing aspect of Mikotoba being the counterpart of Sholmes, and it had nothing to do with the actual story. It was that my Mikotoba voice was basically the Sholmes voice, but a little less energetic and not British. Whereas Sholmes' voice, I added the accent to it, in addition to the kind of gravelly nature to my inflections and stuff like that. Whereas Mikotoba was just kind of like this. But like, it wasn't different enough. And I like started doing it, I was like, oh no, that's unfortunate. Oh. Maybe I can make it just a slight variation of it. I know, sucks to suck. Yeah, I suppose, because there's no Rinosuke. That would make sense, too. He's the narrator. Oh, God. I honestly wish I could do an accent like Susato and Rinosuke did, or it's like an Asian British. That's actually a really cool accent. I cannot replicate it to save my life, but it is awesome. No, it's 4. I gotta stop. So yeah, good tier list. Maybe we'll do another one before maybe we'll do another one before we start 999, or not, or just before we start Dual Destinies. With more like kind of what we did the last time, or just kind of like peripheral stuff. If there's anything to do besides the villain. I know I gotta do Chronicles cases. Great Ace Attorney cases. But yeah, so we'll make VOD cuts of these. Sounds like Kalucha's already ready to assist with that, and I thank you as always. And we'll get them posted. Otherwise, yeah, thank you for watching, everybody. I'm gonna be out of town for several days. So no streams for me until, I think I have one scheduled for Saturday. Yeah. And then next week's gonna be Monday, Tuesday. Because after that, it's Genshin 3.0 release, and I am not playing anything other than Genshin for like a week. And that starts on that Wednesday. So those are all gonna be Twitch nights. All gonna be Twitch nights. Got a whole new place to explore. So that's gonna be fan-fucking. Yeah, and Saturday would be night stream time too. Though I still owe you guys another members night, so one of these days is probably going to change to a members day. Let's see if I can give you an idea of which one I'd probably be looking at right away. Maybe that 29th, that Monday. The problem is I don't have any more weekend streams. Otherwise, I could wait until what would that be, the 2nd of September, and do 2 during September. That way we still have the still have it on the weekends. Yeah, because I mean, I just enjoy them more on the weekend anyways. It's a good way to unwind after the week. So maybe that's what we'll do. Instead, just have it on the 2nd. And then we'll have 2 in September instead of having 2 in August. And then it's not that It's the same week as it would be the 29th. It's just later in the week. Okay, so that'll be the plan. All right, everyone. Appreciate you guys joining. Hope you had a good time discussing and arguing. Amir, I hope you don't feel too bad that I have a very, very, very significantly different worldview than you do on how we deal with words and language. But please understand. If I didn't believe what I believed, I'd think I'd be very bad at my job. There we go, CJ. Hey! To be fair, though, Halucha, we should probably edit that whole thing up, because that was like, what, like 10 minutes worth? I know people were getting impatient about moving it forward. So, probably cut that part out of the VOD cut just to save other people watching later that gap, that time gap. All right, everyone, take it easy. And until next time, stream is adjourned.
Boiling, though.
Yeah. Oops. Wrong
Oh my
way.